Attendez, parce que je me... Attendez, parce qu'il y a mon aide-soignant qui est pas... Est-ce que vous pouvez m'aider? Ouais, voilà. Parce que c'est de... Ah non,
visiblement, ça ne marche pas. Eh ouais. Père Patrick, vous n'avez pas perdu la main.
est-ce que vous pouvez couper le... Ah!
On va regarder un sujet sur la...
I don't know how many years on this earth I got left. I'm gonna get real weird with it.
Hey there! Don't judge me, this is art! It looks like he may commit suicide. Suicide is badass. Put a kick in it, make her gay!
What the fuck is that? Bigfoot. Oh man, look at him.
Come on, you motherfucker! Oh, shit! God damn it! Same shit, different day!
One last thing. If you have any drugs or any alcohol, give me some.
Hi,
And we're live.
everybody.
Hey.
Same shit every day. That's YouTube, you know, same shit every day. Minefield, walk along minefield is like, you know, are they gonna hide me? Or are they gonna like, you said a naughty word? You know, it's like, oh, there goes your fucking video. There goes your channel. There goes your money.
But we don't get any money on YouTube, though.
Preemptively, they're probably preemptively going, you're never gonna get shit.
Yeah.
Hey, but look, we got Sergeant Giratina.
Hi, Sarge.
Hello.
And then we got Roadkill sniping cigarettes. And let's see. We got Midnight Ladybug.
Hi, Ladybug.
Hey, Ladybug.
But what I was going to say is it might be a good thing that we don't get money off of YouTube because they would be in their sites.
Well, yeah, I mean, you know, it's like, you know, it's like as long as I'm not making money, you're not a threat. We're just gonna hide you. You know, like when we have company over, you stay way back there, and we're gonna put a lock on your door. Oh, but of course, why the fuck else you think I call myself noise pollution? You know.
Well, the thing is they can try to do all that, but we're still going to bitch anyway. So
it's something about my nature that I, by default, rub everybody the wrong way. No matter how hard I try not to, right? You whichever fucking way you two are, you both know this.
You're a cactus.
Yes, I am spiritually a cactus. I come in, everybody's like, get the fuck out.
Yeah.
Oh my god. Okay, but I'm putting my face out here anyway.
I hope everybody's weekend went well.
Oh fuck yeah, we just had a weekend. That's right. Didn't feel like weekend.
Yeah. It was uneventful.
And I didn't drink enough to get drunk either.
That's why it didn't feel like the weekend.
Okay, beginning of next month. Let me check the calendar. I'll be leaving on Thursday, so I won't have I'll have next coming up Thursday. I'll have a show, but Thursday after that, I will be on the road. Long trip.
Yeah.
Yep.
Which, you know, of course, a long road trip is trying on you. I just look at it as a break from the internet, and I think it's important to get a mental health break from the internet. What the fuck? Yeah, indeed. Yeah, what the fuck? But yeah, okay. We'll have a show Thursday, but the one after that, I will be on the road.
On July the 3rd. July the 3rd. You won't be here.
Yeah.
Oh, well, yeah. Ladybug said, we will miss the noise. We won't miss the noise. We are the noise.
I will still have daily videos going up. I scheduled them well ahead of time. So it's like, hey, this is old ass news. Well, fuck you. This is what you're getting. You know, take it or leave it, right?
Oh. Big Shirley.
Maybe Eliza could do the show that Thursday by herself.
You don't even have access to all my shit.
No, I don't. I don't have access to all his stuff, and I wouldn't know how to do it anyway, even if I did. So,
oh goddamn, and like I do, I get on here and be like, yeah, shit sucks. Next.
No, I mean the technical part of it. I don't know how to do all that, and I'm not gonna try because I don't want to fuck your shit up to where it won't work anymore. Knowing me, that's what will happen. I am not technologically inclined at all. I'm just not.
Yeah, I mean, one obvious thing that's been in the news is the whole Iran thing, right? It's like, I'm gonna blow that shit up, which actually it was Roadkill that put a funny clip of that about that up. Let's see if I can find it.
Well, I mean, he told them that, you know, they got to get rid of their nuclear weapons sites and stuff, and they didn't do it. I guess they thought he was joking or something, but I mean, he told them.
Well, it's kind of like here, and this is courtesy of Roadkill.
He's already been served. I served him. He's taken care of. He's a little slow, but he got it. See, what he thought was he could come up in here and make the rules. But now he see that Jay make the rules in Smart Tech. Said, I run this bitch, and now he about to bounce.
It's your boy?
Yeah, that's my boy, nigga. We rep the same Smart Tech.
You just got fucked up with him. Both y'all niggas gonna get clapped up when I get back. Both of y'all niggas.
What did I do?
It don't fucking matter. Yeah, well, aim high, Willis. Aim high.
Please don't.
Well, it's to my understanding, they weren't supposed to have nuclear facilities over there to begin with. I mean, that was part of a peace negotiation they had a long time ago, I think. And come to find out, oh my God. He's got jokes.
I wonder if that's legitimate. That would be funny as hell. That's legitimate.
Yeah. But the thing is you better quit saying shit like that, because if that is him doing it, because they're going to prove, they're going to take it as a challenge. But yeah, he told them, he said, okay, you know, you got such and such amount of time to get rid of all that shit, or there's going to be consequences. and
There
they
wasn't
fucked
a
around and found out.
wasn't there a previous president that was like we that got them there and was like, we have agreed that this country will never have nuclear capability, and they're like, yeah, that's right, and then they went and fucking did it anyway.
Yeah, I think it was Obama, but I'm not real sure. Roadkill might know, but I'm not real sure. I mean, they just think that they can do anything and threaten the world, basically, because if they take on the United States, that's basically threatening the rest of the world.
I have another clip here that is a good colloquial explanation of it, common ground explanation.
All right. I did the serious video about what's going on in Iran, but now I'm finna break it down in a nutshell what happened, all right? Okay, so from the beginning, well, somewhere from the beginning. All right. Netanyahu, I call him Yahoo. That's the man over there in Israel, right? He kept saying, hey, Iran got nukes, and I'm going to go and hit their ass up because they got nukes, and they keep saying they're going to wipe us off the map, so I'm going to just hit his ass first. Donald Trump said, okay, let me tell you what's going to happen. All right, I'm going to send my folks over there. I'm going to send Tulsi Gabbard over there, and she going to see if they got nukes. So she went over there with her intelligence team in March, and she said, hey, it looked like they ain't got no nukes. And Trump said, all right, cool, that's fine. They ain't got no nukes. He done went and told Yahoo, listen. She went over there and checked. Rock and Roller Ayatollah ain't got no nukes. She done went and checked. So I'm gonna need for y'all to chill out. And like my plan is peace, and we all finna make some bread. Well, Yahoo just wasn't satisfied with that shit because he war hungry. Look like he want to stay in power forever, and as long as they're at war, he gonna keep his seat. So he was like, nah, I know they got some nukes, and I'm finna go over there and strike their ass. Donald Trump was like, hey, player, don't do that. We want peace. Well, Ayatollah Khomeini said, Rock and Roller Ayatollah, he said, death to America. Trump said, look, I already told you I ain't in that shit. I'm not sending Israel no money. I'm not sending them no weapons. I'm just not in that shit. Leave America out of this. We ain't fucking with nobody. We want peace over here, right? All right, they get into it. Israel go and bomb their ass, and I'm talking about bomb their ass, right? So Rock and Roll Ayatollah was like, oh shit, oh this how we playing? All right, everybody finna feel it. Donald Trump said, hey, who the fuck is everybody? I just told you, America's not in it. We don't want nothing to do with this, player. I don't know how many times I got to tell you, we want peace. We really want y'all to shake hands, but since y'all on that gangster shit, we just gonna bow out gracefully. They said that shit again, death to America. Everybody gonna feel it, sending out all them threats. So DJT ain't finna take that shit laying down because he always been a G, uppercase G at that. So Trump was like, all right, bet. I'm gonna see what's gonna happen in 2 weeks, and then in 2 weeks, if we ain't broke a peace, then we gonna figure something out. Well, behind the scenes, DJT was like, well, I done found out you got 3 sites where you could have been making nukes. And so since you still talking big shit, big game player, I'm finna send some shit over there, and we just gonna get rid of that shit where you could have been making nukes, all right? Boom. So he go and send 3 strikes. He just obliterated 3 nuclear sites over there in Iran. And when I say nuclear sites, I'm talking about where they could have been making bombs underground, right? So what they drop could go through, like, I think 20 feet of concrete, like the big shits, right? So they just went over there and they obliterated 3 nuclear sites. So Trump basically, from what I can see, is saying, all right, what you thought they had, I done went and took that shit away. Now you ain't got no reason to keep going over there and fucking with them. I told you I wasn't finna get rid of their supreme leader, Rock and Roller Ayatollah. He's still over there. And as for you, Rock and Roller Ayatollah, keep our name out your motherfucking mouth like I told you from the beginning. That's it in a nutshell. Now, we're going to see how this shit go. North Korea pipe down, China pipe down. Because, again, we ain't scared of shit now, but we do want peace. Now, let's get together, stop all this beef so we can make some bread. That's it in a nutshell.
Yeah, she's right.
Yeah, you see Roadkill's comment there? Not gonna lie, she cute, although she might carve my white ass up.
She probably would. But he had told him, he did say, you know what, leave us the fuck out of all this bullshit, And the only reason he got involved in the first place is because he got wind that they had nuclear facilities over there. So that's where it's at.
Yeah.
We came up with
My
another
issue-
name for.
What?
We came up with another name for this cat.
Oh
his
yeah,
new-
yeah.
His new name is.
I'd noticed how Big Shirley started trending, which sure, like I think it was Atreus that first said it when he'd show a clip of a fat girl and it plays Big Shirley and like fart noises. But started calling the pug Big Shirley. And from here it's kind of taken off a bit. So I was like, so Phoenix actually came up, fucking cam, I'm always pointing the wrong way, but he's like, hey, I should have a name for this cat. So I was like, it already has a name, right? Flurry. And I was like, Flurry the White Claw.
Yeah. Flurry the White Claw.
And Big Shirley. She knows her name too. Anytime she hears the name Big Shirley on the internet or somebody say Big Shirley, she goes running or she goes barking.
I had tuned in the Zombie 3D's video game stream, one of them, right? And he was playing what was it, that Elder Scrolls remake, a remaster?
Yeah, Oblivion.
Was it?
Yeah.
He was playing that, right? So I noticed some sound effects, like, like I think, unless I'm mistaken, it was like Dan yelling Big Shirley, and then fix your fucking attitude, and the other Elmo clip I got, and he was like, oh, I stole these from Noise Pollution. Good, hey, spread it around.
Yeah. And yes, that roadkill the cat is mean.
No, it's not. It's not mean to me.
But
he likes me.
Whenever Wicked is over here, this cat is mean to Wicked.
The cat's not mean as a big old pussy.
Yeah.
And yes, like usual, I come into a stream wholly unprepared. Just unprepared as a motherfucker.
Well, it doesn't matter. That's what makes it fun. Too much structure is a bad thing.
Yeah.
Some structure's good. Too much is bad thing.
Too much. Speaking of too much, I was on Reality Base today with Ryan, right? On Rumble. A lot of people think, oh, he's dead. No, he's not. He's on Rumble. Which was it, half dead, undead? I don't know. But say you get 6 or 8 people on this panel, and then it's kind of like you gotta figure out the moment. Does everybody talk now? Do I gotta wait to talk? If I talk now, they're gonna be like, shut up, we're trying to do this. And it's kind of like a fucking minefield, right? It's like, other people blurting in, blah, 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 and you say something that, we're moving on to this now. It's like, God damn. It's a bit much, right? It's a bit much.
Yeah.
Also, I think I may have offended a couple of them on there.
What did you do?
I said that they were talking about How to Train Your Dragon. And I said, I haven't seen the remake or the original. I said, to me, it's a children's film. Well, one of them got upset and is like, that's a misnomer. It's actually made for everybody, but it gets mostly children. I'm like, okay. But to me, it's a children's film. So I think, that was a little passing thing. It's like I'm kind of upset, but not a big deal. Then, I was like, and then, okay, they're made for everybody. Okay. But you can't ignore the trend that's happening to a lot of the adult youth now, that they're becoming infantilized, right? Infantile. They are liking more babyish shit all the time. And then 2 or 3 people, blah, 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 blah. Oh, fuck. I hit a nerve. So apparently none of them agreed with me that men are becoming more infantile, infantilized. None of them. They're like, no, just because men have little collectibles and little toys, and just because men go see little baby movies. And then I couldn't really answer because like usual, the conversation went other direction. Couldn't answer, or you sound like an asshole if you then jumped in after, right? Then it sounded like you were trying to pick a fight. But I hit a nerve.
It's like Roadkill says, nerd's gonna nerd.
Leave it up to you to piss everybody off.
Okay. Okay, look. If you're a full-grown man and you like maybe a thing here or thing there that's on the child side, maybe it's nostalgia. I don't know. You know, maybe it speaks to a certain part of you. But if you're like, I got my anime pillow and I got my collectibles and I'm gonna see the next Mario movie and the next Train Your Dragon movie, and it's come on, how old are you? How fucking old are you?
A grown ass man with all that stuff. Okay, I'm not
Like
gonna
I
say
said,
nothing, but
I can see the occasional thing here and there. But if you're one of these motherfuckers that just eats all of it, you know, and stuff like it'll say for ages, blah 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 blah, right? Recommended the age, you know, and you're like eating all this shit up, right? Yeah, maybe you're infantilized.
just a little bit. But on a different note, you know, I find that women can like that
I understand.
kind of stuff, and
I understand how insulting I come off, but here's the thing: we can have different opinions because that's human, and we don't have to hate each other for it. We can have different feelings about things. So fucking what? Boo-hoo. Nobody's got a good opinion of me, so what the fuck? You know, what does it matter, right? What the fuck does it matter? That's all right. We can be opinionated, and we can have different opinions, and we don't have to kill each other for it.
Yeah.
what I was gonna say is I find that women can like cuter stuff. I mean, there is a limit, you know, but a lot of women do like the cuter stuff.
Well,
and it seems to be okay.
You just actually brought up a good point. What if it's not infantile of them, but rather feminized of them? Seeing as women can be like, oh, I got a dog collection, and they're grown, and people are like, oh, okay. You know, you see what I'm saying? Maybe it's not an infantile thing. Maybe it's a feminization thing.
Well, that is a good
anime be life, yo. So he's pumping that anime pillow every night.
Hi, Mikey. And Sturgeon.
Okay. So I can get caught up here. Welcome, Sturgeon. Welcome, the Goon Room, Mikey, Hatredy, whatever name you want to go by for the moment. Here we go. I think Harry Potter is gay as fuck. That's my choice. Yes, it is your choice. And I'm not a Harry Potter fan. It's kind of a neat concept, but I don't care. You know, it's for kids. If you like it, I'm not going to hate you for it. We can have different opinions, which clearly you don't like it, but you know, in this thought process.
Well,
I like
me
it when I was a
personally,
kid.
I like it, but I'm not a fan. What you want to say? A fan? I do like it though.
Hey, bitch. I used to work in steel mill. Most of us watched anime. Even the 60-year-old dude did it. Be what it be. Okay, but did you go to school?
I know what he's doing. You don't think it be like it do, but it do.
Okay, look, I'm not talking shit on everybody likes anime. No, I'm not a big anime fan, but there's a few I like, especially some of the older ones. No, I'm not gonna hate on you for watching anime, but I'm talking about if you are so fucking into it that you got a girlfriend anime pillow and your room is fucking surrounded with little toys and I'm not gonna hate you if you're like that. That's up to you. That's your doings. You know, I'm just different. I think different. I feel different. So fucking what? You know, we don't have to hate each other for it. But you be a brony. We all have our things, homie. I am absolutely not no fucking brony. That is a clip. That is a not unlike what say Alice Cooper did, you know, with the Shock Rock. He did, you know, or Guar, you know, they brought up some nasty shit and it's like, no, this is all a stage and this is a performance. And no, it's not like I'm not a brony. I only play one on YouTube. No, it's not like that either. It's a gotcha clip. It's like either you love it or you hate it. But brony, no, nobody's fucking those things. I mean, look like they had severe diarrhea or something, but nobody's fucking them.
Did Mikey see the Furby clip yet?
It's a good question.
Yeah, that's right, Mikey. I don't just show a pony. I show a nasty ass Furby thing. And a potato head looking thing. Let's see, wasn't there? No. Oh yeah, the snatch. The snatch.
I'm so sorry, everybody. For the
next time we got a Guar fan in the chat.
Well, yeah, you know, these clips are also a good way to weed out who's the fucking weirdos. But still, if you're a weirdo, whatever, I'm cool with it. As long as you're not no fucking sicko in that way.
Yeah. But that Furby clip is just it's
we
bad.
got no and again, no and again, no and again, no. It sounds like he wants to see it.
Yeah.
No, that's the opposite of what he said. That's
No,
the
two
opposite.
negatives make a positive, and that's 4 negatives, so that's a positive.
Did Roadkill tell you about his Fuda collection?
You mean Roadkill's been converted?
Looks like
I
it.
guess Valkyria finally got to him. Took him a while, but I guess he did. Oh well.
I gotta find the right corresponding clips. Here's one. Here's one that I found entertaining anyway.
Oh, fucking do it again.
Yeah. He probably seen that attractive girl and it's like, oh fuck, what's coming next? Oh goddamn! Oh shit, it's a cat. Yep. We wonder what the hell Valkyria is doing tonight. But wait a minute, no, I don't. Forget that. Never mind.
He probably got some new futas in, and he's having to categorize them all again and number them and.
Yeah, he probably
label 'em.
sees like it says here, e-thoughts. You know, basically these streamer women trying to look all hot and shit. He probably got them on screen, and then he holds his dick out next to him by the screen, right? And then he imagines that's their dick. That's what he's doing.
No. Why?
Well, you know, I haven't really been banned from anything YouTube yet. Well, not in this circle anyway. But it's a goddamn miracle, and I'll tell you why. I've been banned everywhere I go. In my whole fucking life. I walk in, it's not long, I'm banned. Ask Elijah there how many places I've been banned from.
A lot.
It'd be easier to name the places I have not been banned from.
Yeah. Very true. But it's good to see you here, Mikey. Started thinking what never coming back.
Oh yes, Valkyria converted him, and you do not see any disagreement from Roadkill. You get a ooh, but you don't get a, he's not saying no, he didn't, So there you go. There you go.
Yeah, it's official now.
I don't believe it. I don't believe it.
So one girl, I asked her what she was playing. She couldn't even answer it. Was Doom, and I asked her which simp bought it for her, and then one of her simps banned me. I think that's fair. This is okay, that's like these motherfuckers, right? These motherfucking young people walk around with heavy metal shirts, t-shirts on, right? And it's like, so you like that what band? Oh, that's a band? Bitch. Goddamn poser.
But that is a fair question, Mikey. It's fair. It was forced food.
That's like, okay, that's like when you say to a young person now, hey, you like Guns N' Roses? And they're like, what? Who's that? And it's like, or they'll be like fucking wearing a Nirvana shirt and not know who the fuck it is, all this. I mean, goddamn, to talk about a generation of worthless ass people,
Oh, there's Valkyria. Hi, Valkyria.
Hey, Valkyria, they have been worshiping at your shrine tonight.
Oh yeah.
They've been begging for the food. They've been fucking begging, I'm telling you.
God damn it.
You see how hard he's fucking fiending for it? He's like, God damn it, I gotta have it.
Yeah, he needs it now.
We have Valkyria over on Rumble, which I appreciate people being on YouTube because I need the watch hours. But if you are to donate, has to be either through Rumble or donation link. I'm working on getting a Cash App, which I don't normally use. I'm working on getting that going. I haven't not got it yet, but I will at some point. So people have options, options are good. Okay, you two keep talking for a minute while I grift and shit. I gotta look for links.
So, did you get any new futas, Valkyria? And if so, do you have to have a bigger closet now? Because I know you have a lot. So I know you have to keep them categorized by color and age and how and all that stuff. And then if they're new or used and all that kind of stuff. So I was wondering if you got any new ones, if you had to have a bigger closet. I wonder if at this point you would have to have another room built onto your house.
Hey, Snorkill. Roadkill, Snorkill.
Oh, okay.
Hey, Mikey, just call him Peekaboo.
Peekaboo.
Peekaboo. Peekaboo, I see you.
Oh, you need coffee, Valkyria. I imagine Valkyria's house.
Hey, this motherfucker's fell asleep on my stream a few times now. We're gonna talk a little shit about Roadkill because he is the subject here, and it's all in fun. So but I was like, don't worry about it. Your snoring was like baby snoring, right? And he's like, Motherfucker, now you my snorting's like a baby.
But yeah, I imagine Valkyria's house. He's got his basement, right? And then that's where his futas live. And then he has to have another room built onto his basement because he ran out of room.
So when you put your ear to the wall, you hear moans, just moans.
Yeah. They're running out of room, which means they're running out of air. So he has to make a whole new room for them. So, yeah.
Yeah, I did unmod the goon room at one point. I'll change that back. But it's kind of when we were having the back and forth with Lilith, and they were having, and I was trying to tell Lilith that to calm the fuck down, and I was trying to keep that from, getting worse, escalating, right? Yeah, I'm gonna undo that. Give him back his mod power as long as they don't go fucking with people.
Well, I mean, we tried to tell her that Mikey didn't mean any harm or anything, but she just got worse and worse and worse and worse. But oh well.
But yeah, I did unmod the goon room, but that's why it wasn't personally against him. I was trying to keep that situation from getting worse. And well, we all know how that went.
Yeah. She ain't here no more. So
says Toasty removed it from him too.
Tell us why.
I was watching that show, and there was a couple different shows actually. One where people's like, one where it was Lilith is like, why am I banned? Why am I banned? Right? And her shit disappeared, and I was like, fuck, I don't know. I wasn't a mod, right? And there was another show, or it might have been the same one, whatever the case. Other people was like, hey, it happened to me too, and a couple of them went, it happened to me too, and John was on there. God damn, you don't blah 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 until what we tell you to. Who was in the right or wrong? Fuck, I don't know. I wasn't behind the scenes, but that's what happened. I don't know who was doing the timeouts or bans or whatever the fuck was going on. I don't know. I wasn't behind it.
Oh, Roadkill said Valkyria is the modern day John Wayne Gacy. Oh.
Yeah, for any of you fuckers that don't know about that was the clown one, wasn't it?
Oh, okay.
Yeah, he was a clown for kids parties, and did he just surprise sex them, or did he eat them? What was his deal?
No, what he did was he killed a bunch of little boys and buried them in his backyard.
Yeah, I'm betting he did other things too.
Oh, he did. But I'm not going to mention that. He buried them in his backyard.
She be extra felt it when Lilith doesn't shut the fuck up. I could harp on for a while, but I'm trying to be in good taste and good class, so I'm not going to.
I want to say so much, but I won't. I will say that she is very long-winded, though. I will say that.
Even when I don't have these fuckers over here on my panel, they're still here in my chat carrying the show.
Yeah.
Okay. Sure, I could do a show and I could read a bunch of articles and it'd be kind of dull. I did not take those and cut it up for daily videos, right? But for a live show, it's like, ugh. But these motherfuckers over here in the chat, which I don't know where I'm pointing at, but whatever. You do help. You help me carry the show.
Uh-oh. Roadkill, brace yourself. Valkyria's got new Fuda pictures he's gonna send you. Brand new ones.
I know that a lot of people would have been pissed, but I gotta say that would have been funny. I would understand their anger, sure, but I would be laughing too.
Yeah.
Yeah, that would have been funny because he talks a lot too.
But hey, let's try not to badmouth people here. No, not one of them is all bad. We all have our shit. I definitely have mine. I don't deny it. I mean, you're sure, yeah, we all do.
Oh, I'm not saying anything bad. I'm just saying he can talk. That's all.
So much food for you, my lovely cuddle femboy roadkill.
We may have to go rescue Roadkill. I don't know what to do now because it seems Valkyria's got him in his sights.
Well, it looks like I'm in Valkyria's sights now. He says he hates me.
Like they even told me live, I'm like, thanks, I don't even watch you. I pop in, say hi, let's work for me, thanks.
Yeah. That's all you can
Yeah.
do. I mean,
Okay, let's be moment of honesty for everybody here. It's rare that any one of us watch a show all the way through. We're kind of like, nah, okay, nothing really going on. Hop on the next thing. That's people for you, you know. If you watch a show all the way through, it shows you have somewhat sense of dedication toward that host, creator, show, what the fuck ever, right? Okay. It says Valkyria, I hate Phoenix.
why?
Or keep reading and you'll see why.
He hates them because he can't have them.
Oh.
That boy needs to cut that beard.
No.
Oh,
Okay,
okay.
I know the motherfucker's like Australian or whatever, right? But that sounds like a, you know, kind of redneck thing, doesn't it?
Yeah, it does.
Says shave it off. I'm gonna keep
You
it.
hear,
You know, just for that, I might let it grow out a little bit. Get one of those goat beards going.
Be that femboy you were meant to be.
No. I can tell you now that is never gonna happen.
Oh, like I'm gonna fight over you now.
Oh, here it is.
It's like, okay,
We're gonna have
look,
to take some
look.
bets.
Take a cue from the women and then say, well, whoever buys me the best gift, and then don't have either of them.
Yeah, good idea.
Val's in here grooming. Oh my lord. Phoenix, you have some fans.
Not the kind of fans you want.
My fucking chat's lagging. I mean, you like read that shit and it took like 5 seconds more for it to pop up for me, but whatever. God damn it, I should have priority.
That newest chat there, that's not a good gift. I do not want that.
What? Oh.
A fart bottle.
Oh.
No.
But you know, lately I've been, you know, I only go on a handful of shows, right? But lately it's felt like everything I say really pisses someone off, even if I'm like, you know, haha, that's a joke, ha ha ha, right? They're like, it's not like that, and it's like this, and you know, I'm gonna make you look stupid. It's like, god damn, it was a joke, calm down, you know, right? It is not clearly that way. All I'm saying is it feels a little bit that way. So I'm not sure what the fuck is going on. Maybe it's just my usual, you know, abrasiveness, my usual cactus-like self.
Well, it doesn't matter. If if I'm gonna tell you, if I got my feelings hurt every damn time somebody said something, I'd have my feelings hurt all the time. And life's too short.
I just wish people would be direct. You know, it should be like, hey, let me talk to you about something. I don't like this. We need to talk about this, rather than this passive aggressive, like, no, you know, like, you said this, and you know, my reaction, my little passive aggressive reaction. I'm not saying fight it out necessarily. Just like, hey, let's talk about this. Let's take a moment. Let's talk about this. That's what being an adult is called. You know,
well,
you get
I mean,
my point.
I mean, everybody has their different ways of joking around and communicating and all that kind of stuff. Like if I took everything Mikey said for the absolute serious, I'd be so damn pissed off at him all the damn time I couldn't see straight. But I know he's joking. All of that shit he says, he's joking unless he says that he is serious.
And anybody watching, don't think I'm talking about you, because guess what? I talk to a good many people on the internet. It's kind of like that song, "You're So Vain, You Think Everything's About You." Oh, fuck. I just made an old person reference. I don't know any modern songs, so there you go. Look it up. Yeah, if you think it's about you, it's not. Or it could be, but there's like 1 in 100 chance, so it's probably not.
Yeah. Oh, Mikey said that's why he don't accept panel invites anymore. He just wants to play his games. Yeah,
There's nothing wrong with that.
I can see that.
Shit, I find myself slipping into that too. It's like, just leave me the fuck alone. I don't have any more time or patience to hear passive aggressive and snarky and blah, 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 like the same fucking point reiterated 100 different ways. And I am not attacking anyone out there. I'm attacking myself. I'm saying I am easily irritated, right? I'm irritable. If you like that kind of thing, fucking great.
Well, I know for me, if I'm on a panel, if I don't get what I have to say sorted first and then and answered in a timely manner, hell, by the time I get asked the question, by the time it's my turn to talk, I forget what in the hell the damn subject was about. And I know that's terrible. Go to the doctor, Mikey.
You know, they're like, and you, what do you think about this? No. And it's like, whoa, it's already shifted into 4 different conversations here. From the time it gets to you, you're like, which thing was it? And they're like, well, we'll just skip you then.
But yeah, I mean, that's my point. I would forget what the hell the question was to begin with. And the thing is by the time it gets to be my turn, it would be my turn to talk. Hell, everybody else has already said everything that I wanted to say on it. So what's the point?
Trying to teach would be like if I was trying to teach somebody baseball. Well, first of all, I barely know the fucking game. I was never much one for sports. Some things I could teach the fuck out of, some things, you know, but more common things, not to sound arrogant, but usually I just don't have the patience for.
Yeah. You see what he said? Yeah.
Well, I've never had good patience with kids, and that's the honest truth of it.
Well,
but I do want to say, it sounds like we're just taking this time that we're going to talk shit about everybody. You got to understand what's being said here is more so talking shit about ourselves. You got to understand.
Yeah.
My show is to bitch. It is stress relief. It is therapeutic, right? I will bitch about the fucking sky, you know. I'll bitch about the sun shining. I'll bitch about the wind blowing. You know, it is not like fuck you and fuck you and fuck you, right? It's not, no, don't take it that way. It's not. This is therapeutic, and we just notice things. I like to keep things at a good flow here, not to harp too much on about one thing, because then it gets reiterated a whole bunch of ways, and it's like, what else can be said? But they say it anyway.
Well,
okay, it's not like you people out there doing this, which I'm on a panel. I do this shit, right? It's not like you don't notice it. We all notice it. It's just we happen to be pointing it out. Just don't take it personal, because we bitch about everything, anything, you know.
You said something about bitching about the sun.
It's more of a critique about ourselves.
I'll bitch about the damn sun. I'm tired of it being 110 damn degrees here. I'm burning up and I need some damn relief. There. That's my 2 cents on that. Tired of burning up.
Like a lot of it is they have their circles. They normally bitch about each other. Why I just ban people now. I don't have time for it. Yes, yeah. You know, the internet is like high school all over again. Everybody's got their cliques. They got their cliques. And it's like, oh, you're accepted into the next higher rung of the, you know, one click up. And I didn't like that shit when I was a kid. And I'm like, why the fuck you doing this kid shit now?
Yeah.
Because
and probably that's why, that's kind of probably why I'm not invited to a lot of their clubs.
Yeah.
But I'm not going to lie about it. I'm going to be honest, you know.
But, you know, it.
Also, Allie, that's why you use toys, Ayo.
Lord, Mikey.
Yeah, bro, I bitch constantly carry a sweat rag and try to keep calm, but I'm raging inside. Well, I think it's true for all of us. That's why I take this opportunity and I invite people to bitch about things, because it's conversation, it's fun, and it's not directed at anyone. A lot of it is generalized. So anybody out there feeling attacked, no, this is to the fucking world. This is not a person here or there. This is the world. Okay, now, Phoenix, your turn to bitch.
Oh, I got to get ready for this. Let's hear it.
Oh.
Not that.
Come on now, damn it. You can do it. Get mad. Come on now, get mad.
Yeah, I agree with Eliza. It has been way too hot here lately, and it's only going to get hotter.
It's all your damn fault.
How's it my fault?
It just is. I have to blame somebody, and you're here, so there it is.
He's going to bitch about his beard. Shave it off, fuck boy.
No.
But that does bring me to a question. Don't your beards get hot? I mean, like in the summertime?
Beards. How many you think? How many think?
Beards. You got a beard.
I have one. It's singular. It's singular.
But I'm serious. Don't it get really hot in the summer? Like in this kind of heat, don't it get hot?
Not really.
No, I don't really know.
Huh.
Okay. What is your question?
It is a
Mikey?
face muff.
Wait, no, roadkill.
Face muff.
Okay, I'm waiting for the question.
He's like, yes, his face muff gets so hot every day. For Fuda.
We're gonna have to send Valkyria a cake, a Fuda cake.
But seriously, I don't want to. really experience like, oh, my face is hot. But what I do get is my skin gets scaly on my mustache. You know, a lot of flaky skin all over the place.
Yeah.
Which I had said that on Toasty show, or it might have been a pre-show, whatever the case. I said, yeah, you know, men that, you know, they get scaly on their mustache sometimes. I mean, I can't speak for all men, but I'm sure that happens to a lot of them, right? It's like scaly, like, you know, like what the fuck? And I was like, I guess it's just a man thing, you know? Your skin gets scaly, flaky, you know?
Yeah, happens to me. Yeah, whenever my skin dries out, it starts flaking like psoriasis kind of thing.
That's why I like to shave every now and then, like fully shave. But then the people are like, why did you do that? Why did you do that? You know, like men can't be without a face muff.
Yeah. I remember my first factory job I had. One day I shaved my beard off, and a woman there visibly got upset about it.
They will. They fucking will.
What
the fuck, dude? What the fuck, dude? Don't ever insult me. I'd rather dip my balls in cheese grater than ever be called store kill. But yeah, okay, women will get upset with you, but men be like, oh, look, he's a big old pussy. Look at that. Look at that. Look at that. You know, and it's like, God damn, you're putting a bit too much importance on facial hair.
Yeah. And roadkill, I will not go to dinner with Val. No.
What's this now? Oh, I see.
I will not comply.
We just need to build Val a Phoenix robot.
Charge him like $1 million for it.
Bye, Mikey.
Bye, Mikey.
Okay. Duty calls for whatever that means.
Is everybody howling? Everybody howling?
All right. And I'm guessing it's true about Roadkill as he is lovey-dovey with Dan. So, yeah.
Well, you learn something every day, I guess.
Yeah, I guess so.
Dude's calling, is that what that means?
Well, at least he's loved, you know.
No, he stands by a door after he sends out all the invites, and it's got labeled above it, the goon room. He's like, step on in. Come on, step on in.
look at what Frankie said.
Women actually call me, unlike you, bro. I don't simp like you do. Go pay $5 to be noticed, homo.
Oh, God help me. But yeah, anyway. Well, I read something interesting about the Superman movie.
I had heard from an unreliable source, but I did hear that like DJ was like putting down on poor people and talking shit about people being poor on another stream. Like I said, not the most reliable source, but I had heard that.
Oh, I see. Well,
hey, I'm not making any claims. I'm just saying, down the grapevine, as they say.
Well, the thing is nobody should be making fun of anybody for being poor. In this economy, yeah. I mean, it's a miracle people have food to eat, and some people don't. So be grateful for what you have.
It's like I've bitched about before on this very stream, another one of these streams, but a lot of wealthy or rich people, they think anybody who's not rich is just dumb and lazy, and they think, oh, you just gotta try and you're just not educated enough. And it's like, goddamn, about everybody in my family went all the way through college, and then it's like you go to get the position, it's like, oh, you need 10 years of experience here and 10 years of experience here, and you got to move to a bigger place, and snowball's chance, and hell, you're gonna get that fucking job even though you went through all those years of college.
Yeah,
Hi,
exactly.
Charlie.
Hey, Charlie.
Charlie Nuclear. Give to Caesar what is Caesar's, and to God what is God's. Isn't everything God's? I mean, let's say we all believe in a higher power here. Let's say there's the concept and all. Would everything belong to God, or God's like, just throw it out there? I don't give a fuck. Just go play.
Well, God don't care about money, so Caesar does. So
Yeah. It's the play on that philosophy. Who originally said that? Was it a Bible quote or what was it?
It was in the Bible.
It's saying don't conflate the two, don't mix the two. What you get and what you get by on is different from what the connection you have to the higher power.
Yeah.
And do not mix the two up.
That's why when it comes to matters.
Anyway, that's my loose interpretation on it, with me knowing virtually nothing on it. So there you go.
That's why it's never been a good idea to mix church and state, because the state wants different things than the spiritual.
It was Jesus that said it. See how Jesus said it.
Yeah.
Hey, so Jesus, what do you mean by that when you said that?
I don't know. I had a lot of red wine that night.
There you go.
Not Timu, Jesus. Not Timu, Jesus.
Yeah, I blessed a lot of drunks before, so yeah.
At Valkyria Winter only approves of two things. One, femboys are cool, and two, food is acceptable. Both are equally whack as shit.
Yeah.
So to be clear, Roadkill saying this about Valkyria.
Yeah. But I just think that
Hey, Jesus, why were you sucking your own blood to get that red wine anyway?
What?
He said he had too much wine that night, right? It's like he ran out.
No.
Don't they say like his blood is wine or something?
Yeah, for other people, but Jesus can turn water into wine.
Toilet water. Nah. But anyway, I don't wanna insult the really religious people. That is not my intent here. It's all in good fun. It is not sacrilege. It would only be sacrilege, in my opinion. It would only be sacrilege if we were mocking it in a serious fashion, like with disdain.
Yeah. I bet if Jesus Christ was sitting here with us on this panel, he'd be laughing his ass off. I know he would. I mean,
these motherfuckers act like you cannot have a sense of humor in religion or spirituality or what have you, right? They're like humor not allowed. Sense of humor, fuck no. You better not.
Well, the thing is this. Whoever said God did not have a sense of humor is full of shit. I mean, have you seen giraffes?
What? Am I the Timu devil?
Yeah. We got the devil here. We got Jesus here, and I don't know what that is.
Mother Mary.
I mean, God has a wicked sense of humor, because have you seen the giraffes and the dung beetles and all this stuff? I mean, come on, he's got to have a sense of humor.
Yeah, and all these animals that eat the heads off their mates when they're done mating.
Yeah, I mean, come on.
I was thinking her, but okay. I've been called the devil a good many times, but I know it's gonna sound fucking weird, but I've also been called an angel a good many times.
By strangers.
Yeah, by total strangers. They would just come up to me and tell me I was an angel, not like, oh, you're sweet kind of way, but like, oh, you're really an angel. I'm like, okay, okay, just go away.
I was like, get me the hell out of here. These people are crazy. They're telling me this stuff.
It's happened enough times to be disturbing.
Yeah, it was really weird. I mean, I was kind of dumbfounded. I'm going, who are these people? And no, they would be, I mean, adamant that he was an angel. What are you doing?
Never mind. Charlie Nuclear does have a good point there. Women get devil spot 1 unless forfeited, like it was. I cannot argue there. I mean, through all historical writings, or writ, if you will, they have, as far as humans go, they depicted women as the most wicked.
Yeah. Well, the first demon was Lilith, which was the devil's wife.
Not the person that's been on the show, but we're talking about the original.
And there's a reason why women can't perform exorcisms and things like that, is because it's believed that the spirits would go into the woman more easily than a man, because women carry life and all that kind of stuff.
Because they have the capacity to carry life and bring life into the world. But you could say all that's theorizing.
Yeah, it's theoretical.
God damn it, Val, just watch your tentacle anime. I don't have no time for this nonsense.
I remember when I first seen an anime and it had all the tentacles in it, and I'm going,
Yet you
what
continue.
is I'm going, what's with all the tentacles? This is weird. And
So
then you
want
told
more.
me, Noise.
And more. And more.
You told me what it was all about. Just like I had no idea what a futa was. And then I asked, and oh boy, did I get educated.
Yeah, something got to do with federal tax, doesn't it?
Yeah.
The Fed's gonna tax your ass next time you be looking at that shit. What's that barking?
It's Big Shirley. She's mad. She's mad because I won't let her out. Did you see what Roadkill said?
Dude, I told nobody to Google that shit and he was not happy.
I'm scared to Google it. I'm scared.
No, I
won't do it.
did. I Googled it on stream one night, remember?
Yeah, but I mean, other than that first definition, the federal tax thing, I didn't delve any further. I said, after that, I said, no, I'm not gonna. No. I'll just no. Mm-mm. No. No, thank you.
Yeah, he was saying and more, and then he finishes it off with bows with a smirk.
Oh, you shithead. Oh, you son of a bitch. But
so like he bows like this.
Oh, you son of a bitch. But yeah, I had ran across an article about the James Gunn Superman. Something about muscles. That's all I remember.
No, I've got the fucking pages. Shit, don't be trying to fucking do the pages before I bring them up, goddammit.
I'm not. It just popped in my head. I'm sorry.
Okay. So you're telling me you want to get the covering articles now? Is that what you're telling me?
No, it just popped in my head. I'm sorry, it just popped in my head.
You gonna say everything that pops in your head?
No.
Well, I'm just gonna sit here with my White Claw for a while.
Yeah, it's not completely white.
Well, that's beside the point.
But if it's White Claw and it's not.
That you're saying?
If it's White Claw and it's not completely white, then you see what I mean? So how have you been, Phoenix?
I've been okay. Dealing with this cat right now. This cat, every time we stream, this cat gets right in my lap. I do not know why.
Well,
I just played a clip for, to kind of explain it.
Yeah. At least it's not heavy like Big Shirley. Big Shirley's got heavy.
All the young girls who want to make life with pussy, your pussy will perish with you in hell. May your pussy.
Yeah, that man's got issues.
Okay. I will soon get to covering articles, which is, like I said, it can get dull because I'm just sitting here reading a lot. But you probably already heard it a million other times before. But let's see. But I must deliver.
What's that? It's my Furby. Furby loves you, Lavender. Tickle me.
If you didn't want to see it, you should have donated.
God damn it. Oh. I need to learn how to make those clips, what program they use and all that kind of stuff. Not those clips, but
I taught you how to make thumbnails.
yeah, I know. Most of the time the thumbnails are kind of easy to make, but sometimes with certain.
I do all my own editing, all my own uploading, all my own every goddamn thing. So I took the easiest part of the job, the thumbnails, and I said, "Hey, you can do this." So I gave you the most fun part because it stirs up the creative side of you, the art side, right? It's a touch fun while the rest is just all almost agonizing to have to make yourself go through it.
Yeah. That's why I don't have a YouTube channel. I don't have the patience for all that stuff. I really don't. I don't have the patience for it.
And then you get these motherfuckers who just pop on. They're in their night clothes. They're shoveling food in their face, and they're like, go. And they play some shit in the background. Some of them just pop out on the phone and say, hey, people. You know, my point is, some people just like jump straight the fuck into it. I'm a person that likes to try to prepare. Although the end product looks like I'm totally unprepared, which is, I don't know if I'm just that bad at it or what. Maybe I am. I don't know.
Roadkill wants to know how his blonde psycho chick in the rain is doing.
She's still on the street begging for money.
Needs to eat something.
Well, that's what she needs money for, right?
Yeah.
All right, listen. I'm not gonna be like, oh, you gotta pay. I'm not an asshole, but let me find that little skinny bitch.
Me, choose me, love me.
That poor thing. I don't know what to do with her. I'm telling you, she needs to.
See, that's one reason I'm bad at this. I hate asking for money. I just feel like such fucking sleaze to be like, hey, pay some money. And, you know, I also feel like such a fucking asshole when I go, these are the rules, which makes me bad at this. Some people are way more comfortable with doing things like that, and good for you if you are. You know, I'm not saying it's a bad thing. I'm saying, I'm not good in those roles trying to impose things, whether they are things that should be imposed or not. You know, I'm a little funny about it. That's why I generally don't take, you know, somebody that you want to be a mod. Not really. That's just me, right?
Well, you know, some people go overboard with that kind of thing.
Oh, absolutely. I know some. I'm not saying they're bad people. I'm not. But it feels like they get a little bit too into it and they like it a little too much.
Yeah. I mean, because to me, like a lot, yes, Sturgeon, she did.
Yes. She's that desperate, yes.
Yeah. She ain't got nothing to twerk, but that don't mean she don't try anyway.
Choose me.
Like a flat board.
She flopping like a sturgeon fish.
Yeah.
Sturgeons have more curves. But yeah, a lot of the stuff that some people say, I mean, everybody can tell when somebody's just being a jackass and being trying to hurt people and all that kind of stuff. Then when somebody is just joking around, you know, well, different people's humor is different. Some people have dry humor and some people are really crude with it.
I look at it like this. You have to account for the human element. People will get emotional. People will have issues. That doesn't mean that ban them, fuck them. They're that's just them and forget about them. Lock them away forever. You know, I'm like, I get it. You're going through some shit. You're suffering. We're all suffering, but you can't be doing this shit. I'm here to talk to you, but you can't be doing this shit. And then you know, you can ban them temporarily, but like, you know, it's like, hey, things cool now or what, right? But you get motherfuckers like, there's one, I got him, like, you know, ready to fucking tackle them, right?
Yeah.
All I'm saying is some of these mods are a little gung ho. Is all I'm saying.
Yeah, just a little too much. But anyway, Phoenix, speak.
Woof.
You can do it.
I can do it.
Hey, sing then. You got to pick one. Sing or talk.
I'd rather
one
talk
or
right
the other.
Wait. Do it like this. I'm a cowboy on a steel horse I ride. I want it. Dead or alive. How about that? Come on.
I thought you might get a copy strike on there or something.
Nah, not doing
No,
that.
you won't.
Listen, do your own thing. You know? I'm just saying, fucking do something.
Yeah.
Well, that was the shortest lived concert I've ever seen.
Well, I told you I'd rather talk.
Well, then do it, man. The crickets are louder.
Hey, Phoenix, what game you been playing lately?
One called Judgment. It's a spin-off from the Yakuza series. Yeah.
Okay, that what was that? Was that based on the Japanese?
Yeah,
I believe so. You people out there watching, handful of you, right? You probably know the Yakuza series, where it's the Japanese mob. I believe there's a whole series of games, and the one Phoenix is talking about is a spin-off from it. So, okay, go on about it.
Yeah, you play as this private investigator that used to be a lawyer. You quit being a lawyer because you got a murderer off, and then the murderer.
Wait, how do you get him off?
Legally speaking.
Legally? So he charged him?
Anyway, he
no. Okay, date everything means date everything. I was just on Reality Based and you covered this. You know, I was going out on a lot of it, but I did hear something about somebody said after they played it, it made them rethink about their appliances and refrigerator and such.
Oh.
He says, kidding, do not look that up.
No.
Date everything, yeah.
No, I think I'll pass.
Or reloot it. Your Africans re-stealing stolen African stuff.
Isn't that racist though?
It sure plays that off like that to me. I mean, it's like I say, you know, let it go going long enough, they'll eat their own tail, right? They'll eat their own. It feels like they went so far around that now they're being racist, going, this isn't racist, but your race is like, what?
Oh no.
Date
no.
everything? It's like, surgeon, don't do it. Don't do it. Don't do it, man. Don't do
it. Somebody's got to stop the madness like, before it begins.
I tried to tell him.
Oh my goodness. So basically that game, Date Everything, is you literally date everything.
I don't know. All I know is what I've seen other people say about it. I have not looked it up, but I do not want to look it up. I mean, right off, date everything. Okay. Women date men, men date women, but date everything is like, everything? Are you fucking serious? It's like, to me, there's only one thing, and that's woman, right?
Yeah.
Everything? It shouldn't be. No, it just shouldn't be.
Well, that's kind of what I was thinking. I mean,
you know what's funny is I've never actually been on a date. I've had a lot of women. Never been on a date. It's weird, but it always like went from I met them, they were living with me, it went wide the fuck open until it crashed and burned. It was like, hey, let's get to know each other. Hey, this is our 4th date. Blah blah blah. No, it was, you know, it was always like a, you know, fucking dumpster fire rolling down the road at Mach 1. That's the way it always was for me.
Mm. But I mean, that the title of that game just sounds like it's very ominous, like it's teaching people that yeah, you can date everything. So
I'm guessing it's a comedy
Lots of
game.
funny questions like, how big is your dick? do your balls ever itch? I know mine sure do. those kind of funny questions. Okay, like I said, I never really dated. It was always like Mach 1 and a high speed crash. It was off to the races instantly. With me having those experiences, I will tell you, don't. You meet a girl like that, you run away, run the fuck away, because they got no sense. And yeah, sure, I didn't use any sense either. But I was, as the saying goes, young, dumb, and full of cum, right?
Uh-oh.
I just checked it out, but I still don't get it. And I hope you never will.
No, that doesn't seem like the kind of game I would be interested in at all. Of course, when it comes to games, I'm kind of picky about what I play. I don't like just anything. I like the high fantasy and sorcery and story-driven and puzzle-driven games, which is, I know, a very niche kind of thing.
Yeah, I know you were big into those Sherlock Holmes games.
Oh, yeah, I played the hell out of them Sherlock games. Those were fun.
I was never into the games of it, but I really liked the concept of the story. It was very logical based. The writer had got the concept of deductive reasoning and wrote the character up in a very nice fashion to represent it all. And they even say that spawned forensics, didn't they? Am I wrong on that?
Yes.
I think so, yeah.
Sherlock Holmes inspired the big that story is what started forensic science.
So, Phoenix, do you know that game 40K Dark Tide?
Yeah, I've heard of it, but I never played it. It's a Warhammer game, I think. I don't know much about Warhammer myself.
Yeah, Warhammer has gotten quite popular these days, but I was never into it myself.
Yeah, nowadays it's probably more popular than D&D.
Probably so, but look what they've done to D&D.
Yeah.
D&D's went to shit. But that other game, oh God, I know we covered it, but I cannot remember the name of it. It's all created in the United States. And you know what I'm talking about, Noise, I guess. And it's all created in the United States, and it's it doesn't have it's got real orcs and real goblins and stuff like that, and I cannot remember the name of it. It's I'll have to go back and look at the videos to get the name of it.
Hey, stop it. Get some help.
I don't need no goddamn help. I just need a better memory.
Real orcs and real goblins. This is all in America.
But they created it to go to as a competitor to Dungeons and Dragons.
Oh, okay.
I played that
Castles
one.
and Crusades. So yeah, he says 40K Dark Tide. It's like Warhammer Vermintide 2. I think I played that one very briefly, but anyway, it's made by the same devs. So here we have also, if on a first date and you don't like it, take my advice. Ask if they're into food, or that will immediately stop a bad situation. What I did used to ask girls, it would be a test to see if I should be like, get the fuck away from me. And, it took me a few crazy bitches to learn this, but I'd be like, so are you into like knife play, blood play, water sports? Are you into necrophilia? Are you, I would go down the whole nasty list, right? And every time I found one that anything I said, they'd be like, yeah, I'm into it. Yeah. I'm like, stay the fuck away from me. I would cut off communication, right? That is a technique that I began to utilize back in the day. Because you approach them with like you're okay with it, right? Not like, ew, not this shit. But you approach them like, hey, I'm open. I'm into a lot of things. What do you think about this? And just, as a test, right? And if they were like, yeah, then you cut them off.
Oh yeah. I mean, what else can you do at that point?
Okay, I am going to begin to cover an article now. Let's see, bro, I had a chick that bit my neck. I was pissed. I had a couple, maybe more than a couple, but at least a couple try to bite my face, and not just like, oh, kiss, nibble, but they came up like motherfucking jaws going. And I was like, just shove, right? And it's like, oh, goddamn, I hope I didn't break them. Okay. The Quartering exposes YouTube censorship campaign as algorithm destroys anti-woke channels. And we, all of us anti-woke people, have been feeling the effect of this. I've been seeing this on other streams where they've been talking about their viewer numbers and subs dwindling, as this article goes on to talk about. Jeremy Hambly, the Quartering, has revealed the devastating impact YouTube's algorithm manipulation is having on his channel, exposing a coordinated soft censorship campaign targeting creators who challenge progressive narratives. His breakdown of the platform's systematic suppression demonstrates how big tech companies are weaponizing their algorithm to silence dissenting voices without the transparency of outright bans. Like I just said, a lot of channels have already pointed out their dwindling numbers. He is a much bigger channel. He's way up there, right? And he's pointed out, I mean, he put out a video where it looked like he was practically begging. He was going, I'll make whatever change you want me to make. I got to pay for this. I got to do that. And I'm losing people. I'm losing money. I mean, he was like, acting like this is the end of everything, But we've all been noticing it, from channels down to small as mine, to Smash JT and Hypnotic, to the hamburger, the quarter-inch, that one, the Quartering, right? The numbers tell a stark story of algorithmic manipulation. I have noticed videos that used to get 50 to 80,000 views were starting to get 10,000 views. Oh, poor baby. I wish mine could get 10,000.
Yeah.
It's the result of YouTube's deliberate throttling of channels that don't align with a platform's ideological preference. I so wholeheartedly agree. I've been pointing this out for months, actually closer to 2 years, but for the first time in 3 or 4 years, I've started losing a lot of subscribers, hundreds, thousands a day. That is a lot. Hundreds to thousands a day. The pattern suggests YouTube isn't just limiting video reach, but actively manipulating subscription feeds and notifications to starve channels of their established audiences. I've noticed this too. I will gain 4 or 5 subs, which for a channel as small as mine is, that's quite a feat, right? Then the next week comes and they're gone, even though I know damn well that 4 or 5 more have already subscribed, right? So yet they will trickle it downward just enough to keep me at a certain rate.
Yeah, well, I mean, I know for a fact there for the longest time, it wouldn't even notify me when your channel had new videos on it. It wouldn't.
So Sturgeon says that's been a problem since 2020. I've been doing this since right at the beginning of 2024, I think so, right around then. And right off, I felt like I was shadow banned, and everybody else that would find my channel would be like, "Hey, this isn't bad. Why aren't you growing? Why aren't you bigger?" And they would say to me, "You're shadow banned." I'm like, "Oh, I really haven't noticed." No, but of course I've noticed, right?
Yeah.
And he says, since before 2020, but it is an increasing problem. They've apparently either manually or tweaked the algorithm to put anti-establishment, essentially anti-establishment people lower. So we get less subs, less views. We are not as well promoted. I don't believe in the whole algorithm anyway. I mean, maybe some kind of algorithm is needed, but not all that they have going on. You know, everyone is at the mercy of an AI that decides, hey, you're going to be popular and you're not. And then it switches up randomly. It's just jerking everybody around.
Yeah, I mean, I'm looking at my YouTube channel here, and I posted a video on June 8th, 8th of this month. I have 0 views on it. Nobody has even seen it. So, yeah.
Wait, is that on YouTube?
Yeah, on YouTube.
Yeah,
And
and I bet you very well know that people have seen it, right?
Yeah. Got like there was one view, and then the highest one I got is 3 views.
So Hambly's experience represents a pattern affecting anti-woke content creators across the platform. While YouTube's publicly claims to support diverse viewpoints, they don't. Its algorithm increasingly favors mainstream media outlets and progressive creators while systematically suppressing conservative and anti-establishment voices. Yes, everyone has been taking notice of that. We've from a tiny little channel to, each wrong, like the 80 and 100,000 subs and all the way up to the million or more subs have been fueling this. They've been noticing it. YouTube soft censorship represents a more insidious threat to free speech than outright bans. By manipulating algorithms to slowly strangle channels, the platform maintains plausible deniability while effectively silencing voices that challenge approved narratives. So, to simplify what they're saying, if they're like, nope, you can't say that, you're off, you're out of here, then you can say discrimination. But by them going, we're going to bury you just a little bit, by a little bit more, by a little bit more. Now, no, you're still out there, but barely anyone seeing you. They can go, we didn't ban them. We're letting them have their free speech. We're not violating our own word.
Well, I think that's why platforms like Rumble are so important, because they don't seem to be as authoritative as YouTube is. Now, whether they stay that way, I don't know. But as of right now, they don't seem to be near as bad.
Well, there's a comment bringing in a question saying essentially that he could be losing viewership because the way he's acted lately and promoting his coffee so heavily and doing ad reads in his show and having ads in his show also. All of that is absolutely true. Absolutely. But it is also true the algorithm is trying to silence anti-woke, anti-establishment voices, and ask around, watch all the videos people put out on it. I believe everyone is in agreement over this. But that's, much like Ryan Roger Athay says, it is the covert that we have to worry about when they covertly get into things or attack you. When they do it in a sneaky way, in which this is a sneaky way. They're not outright getting rid of people, except they got rid of him. They're getting rid of some, but they are slowly silencing.
So I suppose my question is, okay, if everybody that has a different viewpoint than what they're wanting them that they agree with. If they go to Rumble, the question would be, would Rumble adopt YouTube's platform politics?
Sturgeon 510 says it became authoritarian around 2020. I would say it has been a lot longer, but it is began to show more since then. Now, you're saying if by some miracle, if Rumble became the platform, well, first of all, Google has a stranglehold on it because they make the Android operating system. They have deals with Microsoft and Apple, and their browser is integrated into everything. They have a stranglehold on it, a monopoly. They have a monopoly. Let's say somehow still Rumble becomes the default thing. First of all, Google will start saying those pop-ups going, this is not compatible with our software. We suggest you use this instead. You'll get a lot of that. But yes, you will get Rumble having to comply with stricter rules if they become the platform. Now, it could be Kick. It could be any of them. Kick, Rumble, what have you. If they become more the number one or even number two platform, they will start having to comply with the rules harder, and they will make algorithms. And eventually, yes, they will become something very similar or worse eventually. That's why we always need space for new companies to grow, so people can keep more of a free market and they can go on to the next thing. That cannot happen if a company has a monopoly, an iron grip like Google does. Now, back in the day, in the 90s and 2000s, early 2000s, it was Microsoft. They had that monopoly. They had that iron grip on all the software. Now it's Google. Next, it may be Apple. Monopolies are bad. And yes, it does hurt free speech. And yes, I support independent platforms as Rumble or Kick or what have you. And I also support the ability for a new one to rise up when they become problematic.
Because, well, the reason why I was asking is I was just wondering if there was a way that people could get around that kind of a thing. I mean, because like you said, Google's got a stranglehold on everything. So that's why I was asking.
You do have your freedoms of using other platforms. But along with that, you will find they're not as popular. They will not have the same amount of support or technological prowess behind them. You will have to, as the old term goes, eat your own dog food. Which is unfortunate, but it's either convenience or freedom. You know, pick one, right? Do you want your convenience or do you want your freedom?
Yeah, I see. I see what you mean.
That's one reason I strongly support open source software, even though it's filled with the fruity LGBTQ blah 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 blahs. I prefer it to be politically agnostic, you know, neutral, you know, open to all, right? Open to all without pushing any political view either way. That's the way I prefer it. But with that being said, I still wholeheartedly support open source software because it does represent freedom as well until one day it doesn't. Kind of like the way they're bickering over this new X server or updated X server. They're trying to say, you can't fork this, even though it is literally written in the legal code. You can fork this. That's the spirit of open source. You can fork this. And they're trying to, point being is eventually open source will not be open source any longer. Not in the sense that you can make your own version of it. There will come a day that will be true. But right now, as it stands, it is a good reason to support open source for alternative, for fair competition, for freedom.
Yeah. It's just too bad that they have such a stranglehold on everything that new companies can't rise up and have their time, you know. It's just too bad because we need, it's like you said, we need that. We need those new companies to do these things so people can have choice. Right now, nobody's got a choice. It's either Google or nothing. So
what would be nice is a decentralized platform like YouTube, but decentralized. I've seen instances of decentralization that was poorly implemented, like Mastodon, which is kind of like a open decentralized X/Twitter. But the way it's implemented, I don't agree with it, because you have, like, if you want to join this one, you got to put this in before, and you got to sign up an account with this set of servers and this set. It's decentralized too much.
Well,
even decentralized, you have to have somewhere that ties it all together and makes it one.
Mm-hmm. Well, I mean, I don't know if this is the same thing, but that Truth social media thing, I checked it out. And you can't check it out unless you give them your phone number. And I'm going, what the fuck? I can't even look at a page.
Okay.
Like, no, that's bullshit. I quit.
Truth.social, whatever it's called, I believe was a Trump creation for a political goal. I wouldn't be looking at that. I mean, if you want Trump's latest word on everything, yeah, go to that. But otherwise, I wouldn't touch that myself. I wouldn't touch it.
Well, the reason why I got curious about it is because
it is not open. It is not decentralized. It is not in the good spirit of anything. It's really, he's like, no, fuck you. I'm going to have my word, even if I got to make my own network.
Oh, okay. Well, the reason why I went to check it out in the first place is because I wanted to see if there was any updates about when he went and raided Iran. So I thought, well, he's constantly on there, so I figured I'd go see what he had to say. But I'm not giving them my phone number, so I didn't even sign up or nothing. I just left it alone.
Need a platform that is unbiased. Yes, usually a platform comes along, and then you have the most troll-like behavior out of either the left or the right. Blue Sky is an example of the left doing it. There's a platform that's got an example of the right doing it, but I can't recall it at the moment. But yeah, usually, and then they're going, oh, the other side's like, oh, we're not touching that, and people's like, that's not a regulated thing. It's not for us. We're not going to touch it. A lot of people want the commercial. You have a lot of people that'll visit these unbiased, like anybody's welcome things. And they're like, I went on there and I read the worst, nastiest stuff. And oh my God, that's for nuts. I'm staying away from it. That's why it's so hard to get an unbiased space, because you have the most hardcore of each side, the most extremist coming in, filling it immediately. And everybody else is looking at it going, oh my God, no, keep that the fuck away from me. So, yeah. Yes, while we do need an unbiased platform, absolutely, that's what usually happens.
Well, I know I won't even go on Blue Sky because of what you said. I was like, no, I don't want to experience that. So I'm staying the hell away from it.
Blue Sky was so nasty. It was, you know, from people going, we got to support the maps, to everybody trying to show their junk off, to it was like, oh, this is so nasty. How isn't this struck down by the FBI with all the nasty? I mean, it feels like the FBI should be raiding their asses because, yeah.
No. Mm-mm. And you know, I don't go on X much, but when I do, I mean, I don't really see anything that bad on X. So I don't understand why everybody flocked to Blue Sky for.
Okay. From time to time, I see some stuff that was like, oh, fuck, that's a little disturbing. But it is not that often. It's quite rare that I do run it. I have ran into it, but it's rare. It's somewhat rare. You do find strong opinions. You do find offensive things. I don't personally find them offensive, but I know others would.
Yeah.
But, you know, you can't go through the world looking for things to offend you. You can see something and be like, yeah, I don't really care for that, and scroll the fuck on, and You're all right. No one hurt you. Your inner child is safe.
You just walk on by.
Hey, Phoenix. Hey, Phoenix, who hurt you?
Myself.
Phoenix?
So you were just sitting there. I hurt myself today just to see if I could still feel. If nobody gets that reference, it's from that song "Hurt."
Yeah, Nine Inch Nails and Johnny Cash.
Yeah, it's known for Johnny Cash, but it was originally a Nine Inch Nails song. Which I had an argument with somebody about that once. They were like, going on about this song. I said, yeah, that's a Nine Inch Nails song, and they got mad as fuck at me. I'm going, look it up. Look it up. It's not a secret. It's not hidden knowledge. I didn't make it so. Don't be mad at me.
I like the way Johnny Cash did that song better, though. It put more weight to it. Both versions are good, the original and his version. But for me personally, I just like the way he did it better.
Yeah, I like them both.
That's just my opinion.
Well, Johnny Cash actually did a whole album covering 90s and early 2000s, like alternative and grunge rock stuff in a country style. And I would say he did a damn good job at it.
Yeah, like Soundgarden's Rusty Cage. That's a real good one.
Yeah. But, the way he did the song Hurt, it was the weight of his words and the way he would pause and things. It lended more weight to the lyrics. It was really well done, I thought.
Damn, I was just thinking how our part of our core audience hurts themselves every day talking about Fudas and femboys and you're gay, no, you're gay, no, you're gay, no, you're gay, and then they're like, yeah, and I enjoy it, and and all this, right? I'm going, it's like, yeah, who hurt you? But quit hurting yourself.
Yeah, the Downward Spiral was a very good album.
Yeah, it was a great album. I had it when it came out. Yeah, I'm old. I don't know how old Sturgeon there is, but yeah, I had that when it came out.
Yeah.
I'm thinking I had the album before that too. Didn't they have an album called something like the Pretty Hate Machine or something like that? Or
yeah, they did.
Thinking about something else?
Yeah,
that's it.
Was that before that one? Was that before that album?
I don't know the timeline of their albums too well myself.
Well, anyway, I mean, I've been in the music since the fucking Monkees were still putting out songs. I'm fucking old. Hey, we're the Monkees.
Yeah,
we're not brown and black.
Yeah, the Pretty Hate Machine was their debut album, so yeah, it was the first one.
I remember I had a Monkees fucking vinyl. What do they call them?
Record
I should know this, but yeah, record. I had a Monkees vinyl record, and I had a little record player, and I would play that shit on a record player. And this was before 8-track.
I have a hard time picturing that. I have a hard time picturing you with a little record player playing records. I don't know why, but I do. I just I can't.
If I remember right, it ran on batteries too, and then the fucking batteries be running out, and it was like, whir, whir, whir.
I remember 8-tracks.
Okay, even when I was little, and this, you've heard my family members talk about it. I was never no sweet little kid. They thought that I had the devil in me. They all, I was a real piece of work. I wasn't a kid. I was something else entirely. I'm actually, to tell the truth, this is as nice as I've ever been in my life.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, you're not wrong. But Yeah, I just have a hard time picturing you with a record player and records and all that. I don't know why. It's just hard to picture you as a little kid sometimes. I mean, I know you were, but it's just hard for me to picture it.
Yeah. And I've seen pictures of you as a little kid, and you always looked really angry.
Yeah, I was like,
Yeah.
like I said, this is as nice as I've ever been in my life. I am more at peace with myself than I've ever been. Not to say I don't have problems. Oh, I've got a world of them. I've learned my own way of dealing with things. I've learned to let go of a lot. You know, it's like something I had told or heard. Actually, I think I heard it online, but it's kind of like there's a problem. You don't grab it and go, it's mine. I want this hurt. I want this battle. You go, there's a problem. Let it float on by.
Yeah. You're
Also,
healthier.
when you have some deep internal pain, face it head on. Admit it, accept it, face it, or it's always going to be there bringing you down.
Yeah.
Well, it's kind of like horses. Anybody that's had horses knows that a horse, a lot of times.
You know, that was kind of a weird segue. It's kind of like horses.
Well, you didn't let me finish. It's kind of like horses. When there's a storm coming up, a lot of horses will stand.
Man, what the fuck is you talking about? What the fuck was that? I'm sorry, man.
You didn't let me finish. It's kind of like that. Horses, a lot of times, will face a storm head on. They won't run away from it, and they won't grab it, but they face it. So that's kind of like life. You know, you got problems and stuff, and you got the pain of life in general. You face it, and then you let it go on by. That's kind of like that.
It makes me think everybody's so hyper sexualized now. Both sides, actually. I would say the left is way worse about it because they're like, date anything, screw anything, put anything inside. You know, they're sickos, right? Both sides are they're hyper sexualized, right? And I'm just thinking if these motherfuckers would just grow a pair and go out and fucking actually hook up with a girl, you know, maybe a lot of that would go away.
Yeah. Or go to work.
Yes, that's right. Work, which will make you stronger, tougher, might make you some money, a sense of accomplishment, and go out like a fucking caveman and get you a bitch. You'll walk out there like, no, motherfucker, I'm here on a mission. I'm gonna get what the fuck I want. No, I'm not saying forcefully. I'm not saying that. No. I'm just saying have some confidence.
Yeah.
But yeah, those are good ways to be. And people would be a lot happier and healthier for it too.
When you see this, turn around and run the other
Me! Choose me! Love me!
Run.
Boy. Run and don't look back.
The reason that bitch got nobody.
No, well, here's what you do. You make nice with her, then you give her to somebody else.
I've done that too many times to count, actually. Okay,
You make nice.
let's say, okay, I done fucked up and let this bitch into my space. And now if I tell her no, she's gonna go off and make all kinds of trouble, make a bunch of accusations and just general hell raising, right? I'm all too familiar with this. So I'm like, hey, have you met my friend? And there you go.
There he goes.
Oh no. Mm-mm.
But how many times?
For you people out there, take this to heart. When you get one of those on your hands, that's your best option. Okay, the person you put them off onto, make sure it's somebody that can handle it, or somebody that's used to going through that, or actually wants a situation like that. You know, don't just fuck somebody over, right? You know, put them on somebody that you know they'll handle it, whichever way works for them.
Yeah. Now, how many times have you done that? And then the woman come back in the middle of the night trying to sneak back into your place out from their place.
Too many. Too many.
Yeah.
All right, you both know me, and you both know how many times this has happened to me, and I would turn them the fuck away.
Yeah.
Sometimes you'd even have to call me to come over and help you get rid of them. Because
hey,
for
but this was
witnesses-
back in the day that you could get women without being black.
Yeah.
Yeah. Speaking of work, I should probably get some rest and get ready for work tomorrow.
Damn, you're right on the clock. Like, bam, number turns. You're like, oh, I'm tired. I gotta go.
It's more like I gotta get tired, or else I'll be up all night.
Okay.
Bye,
Till next time.
Phoenix.
Bye.
Oh shit!
And
He
then
didn't
there
have
were
to whimper.
Oh. But yeah.
Look at that! Look at that! He disappeared, and the number and the viewer number just went down.
Oh.
No, but yeah, but oh goddamn! Now she goes away too. Okay, on to the next article. Okay. Dragon Age the Veilguard creative director calls people on the right small and weak people, puffed up by their own cruelty.
He's got no business saying anything about anybody.
Okay. This story gets kind of, somewhat interesting, right? But immediately, I'm looking at that going, that's some crazy projection, because as I get into this article, you're going to see that he is literally describing the progressive types. Sure, there's no shortage of bad things that can be said about the right, the far right, or what have you, right? No shortage of things. Both sides, you can say a lot of stuff about both sides. But here's my point. I believe it's he. We'll get into that. But they say this stuff which sounds just like the progressives, just like some Democrats, some progressives. It sounds like he's describing them perfectly. And again, he could put down on the right, and there's no shortage of things that be said that fits, but this only fits his own side, which I can only call projection. I can't see it any other way. Okay, so it is a man, I hope. John Epler, the creative director of Dragon Age the Veilguard, called people on the right small, weak people puffed up by their own cruelty in a post to Blue Sky. Oh, surprise. Yeah, Blue Sky. Epler, who is now narrative director at Full Circle Studio, reacted to a Wall Street Journal article about Florida Republican Representative Kat Cammack. What a fucking name.
Yeah.
Kat Cammack. What the hell was their parents thinking? Okay. And her ectopic, how do you say that? Ectopic. Okay. With her ectopic pregnancy, it occurs when a fertilized egg implants outside the uterus, most commonly in fallopian tube. So yeah, tube pregnancy. It's supposed to travel through the tube and then develop, but sometimes it stays in the tube and develops, which they cannot give birth to a baby that way, and it can kill them if it keeps growing in there. In the article, Kamak, I don't know if I'm saying that right, but Kamak details how medical professionals did not want to treat her due to Florida's 6-week abortion ban bill, believing they might lose their license or go to jail, despite Kamak allowing hospital workers to read the bill. She blamed the left for this fear. So she went and said, I have this ectopic pregnancy, and basically, if I don't get rid of it, it's going to kill me. And they were afraid to do it. Fear of getting arrested, even though no such law existed. But what had happened was the Democrats and the progressives, or maybe one and the same, whatever the case, had spread it far and wide that the Republicans had made it illegal for them to do anything even remotely similar to an abortion, which it is not an abortion. It's a life-saving procedure. But they were in fear because of a rumor that had been spread by the Democrats largely. Even though this woman, Florida Republican representative woman, told them the law. I mean, after all, she's part of the lawmaking process. She told them the law, and they're like, we'll go to jail. We can't do it. We can't do it.
Oh, that's bad.
One of the defining features of the modern right is that it's never their fault when policies have bad outcomes. It's the fault of the left for not warning them enough. A complete abdication of personal responsibility. There's always someone else to blame. How is this person taking this situation, okay, and blaming the right instead of the left? The law was never written that way. There was never such a law. It was never in place, never enacted, never enforced. Yet, because the left spread it far and wide, they are preventing life-saving procedures. And to top it off, they're blaming the victims of their spreading this. That's some nerve.
It just sounds to me like they're not wanting to take the blame for this themselves, you know. So yeah, they started the rumor, but they're going to sit there and say they didn't and all that kind of stuff.
He added in a follow-up, it's dangerous and it's transparent, but more than it's pathetic. These are small and weak people puffed up by their own cruelty to appear big and strong. It's why solidarity matters and why centrism fails. Oppose them and they back down, compromise, and they'll run over you. This is some incredible projection.
That sounds like he's talking about all the zealots on the left.
Yes, he is. That's why I say projection, because he is describing his own people perfectly. You can. There's room to speak badly about the right. Yes, there's things that could be said, but these things fit the left entirely.
Yeah.
Which, you know, I mean, you minored in psychology, right? I mean, isn't this projection?
Oh, yes, it's heavily peppered with projection. Heavily. I mean, that's just it is. That's what it is.
We're not professionals, but I don't think it requires a professional to see the amount of pure projection in this.
Yeah.
They are literally victim blaming for the very problem that they themselves have caused.
Yeah. And she could not get life-saving treatment.
To be clear, Florida law states this act does not prohibit a physician from taking such measures as are necessary to save a life of a mother whose life is endangered by a physical disorder, physical illness, or physical injury, provided that every reasonable precaution is also taken in such cases to save the fetus's life. So if there's no other options, they will get rid of the ectopic pregnancy. And in such a case, there are no other options, because unless I am mistaken, to my knowledge, they cannot remove it from the tube and then put it in the rightful place.
No, because what happens is the fetus does not form correctly. It's basically a mass that grows in the fallopian tube because, for one, it's not getting the nutrients it needs to form a human being. It goes nowhere. Well, what happens is
Go ahead.
what happens is it can mastatize and get bigger and bigger and bigger and bigger and threaten the life of the mother. So it's not.
So this woman who is didn't it say she was a congresswoman? This woman in such a position could not get it done, even though it was not against the law. So she had to resort in doing it herself through methotrexate. I'm not sure how to say that word, but here you go. She used this to do the job as no doctor would.
Oh, I'm gonna look that word up real quick. I'm gonna look it up to see what it is.
So this person who was the creative director of Dragon Age the Velguard is this long gone, this far gone. He is so gone that he is blaming the victims of a problem he has created for them. Not him alone, but he was part of it. He, him and his kind put it out there that they won't do it. It's against the law. They will get arrested if they do it, to the point to where the doctors are going, I won't do it. I'll get arrested. And the congresswoman who writes such laws are going, no, here's the law. No, you will not. I helped write a lot of these laws. You will not. And they still wouldn't do it. And here he is blaming the victim of a problem he caused. The creative director of Dragon Age, the Velguard. This to me is strong and mind-blowing. To me, I mean, I can't speak for the rest of you, but I think this is a hell of a story.
I looked it up in the chemical that she had to use to get rid of that ectopic pregnancy has some very, very bad side effects like liver damage and all.
It's not unlike when people have to get rid of unwanted child and using like a coat hanger. I mean, any self-treatment can be life-threatening. I don't believe that it should like all out ban all kinds of abortion. I believe there should be stipulations. I've known women who've used it like a service, like they'd be going every month or 3 months or whatever the case may be, however often they would let them. They'd be like, oh, it knocked up again, go get it taken care of. No, that does permanent damage to your body. Not to mention allows you to live a lifestyle that is not good for anyone. And then, if you were to make such an argument of the unborn children being ripped out and dissolved, I believe it should be allowed with stipulations, because there are events where a woman shouldn't carry it, like, say, some family stuff that shouldn't be happening, or they get jumped on the street, or, what have you, like that, right? There are cases which, if you said, well, if this happens, you can do it, you're going to have every woman going, yeah, my uncle or brother, blah, 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 and they'd be off to prison, but they got their abortion. So your best bet is to have stipulations. You can only do it this many times and this many years, or something along those lines.
Yeah.
That's just my take on it. All you people out there, think for yourself, think what you will. I'm not telling you what to think. I'm only giving you my take.
But yeah, I mean, she had to take this very dangerous drug in order to save her life. And that's not fair. It's not right. I remember when all of that was going on, when they first started spouting that doctors will get put in jail if they perform abortions for people. And I'm thinking, well, shit, what if you had to have one because you were going to die if you didn't? You know, what about that? Or what about, you know, in cases like you were talking about? So come to find out, it never made it into law. And it's the left that was spewing all this misinformation, scaring people half to death. They ought to be ashamed of themselves, because now women that need those services can't get them. You know, they're just shit out of luck.
And, you know, it's unfortunate we have to dance around topics and dance around words that we use because of YouTube.
Yeah.
I don't know how much freedom Rumble would allow you to say and show. I've heard that they have their restrictions too. I just wonder how much.
Well, you know, another thing is this. They'll say all of this. Oh, protect the children, and that's a good thing. However, where are those fuckers when it comes out that these really, really rich people are hurting all these kids and doing all this crazy, weird ass shit to them? I mean, where are they then? Huh? Where are they? They're nowhere.
They're the ones doing it. They're the ones doing it.
That's what I'm saying. They scream to the heavens, oh, we got to protect our kids and all this stuff. Well, when shit happens, where the hell are they?
Imagine it. You want to drink, can't do it. You want to smoke, can't do it. You want a tattoo, can't do it. You want to go to war, can't do it. You want to drive a car, can't do it. You want to chop your dick off, go for it. We got you. We support you. What? God damn, we're in loony land.
Well, it was an argument for a long time back when kids would lie about their age to get in the military to help go fight in wars and stuff, and they would come back and they couldn't smoke or drink, and they would tell them and say, you mean to tell me I'm old enough to go get shot at, but I can't have a beer? How fucked up is that?
You know, yeah, I had some uncles that joined when they were like 16, and basically they were at home, damn near living on a barren farm. Some cases, you know, their home didn't have a car. They had a mule. They didn't have a TV. I'm talking, this was, you know, my uncles are on the older side, right? My parents were a little bit older when they had me. But getting to the point, they were like, I'm getting the fuck out of here. Even I got to go to another country and shoot some people. And for that matter, when you're that age, you're like, fuck yeah, I want to fight. I want to, you know, right? And some of them were like, I really want to, you know, fight for my country. Some of them really like that. But yeah, they would join, and the people bringing them in, letting them in, they knew that they weren't of age. They knew. They're like, oh, you want to come? Go on in.
Yeah.
I had an uncle that he was stationed in France, and couldn't have been very old because he was one of them that got in like that. They got him for murder, but he didn't do it. They had him on the firing squad in France. They had him lined up, ready, and at the last moment, the real murderer turned himself in, and that had to have been some kind of miracle. But yeah.
Yeah. But yeah, I mean, everything's so one-sided now. You know, you got all these people doing these horrible things to people, and then they don't want you to say nothing about it. Oh no, you can't talk about it. You can't say a damn word against it, because if you do, basically your life is over, and that's not fair. You know, it's just not fair. Because what happened to sanity? What happened to protecting the youngest of us?
Yeah, and you're speaking on the physical and chemical castration and that type of thing, right?
Yeah.
Sanity's been going for a while now. It began the moment, I mean, okay, it's like we want to get married. And it was like, no, that's unnatural. No. And it's like, okay, this is a new decade. You can get married. And I'm like, good for you, I guess. You do your own thing. You love who you love. You like what you like. Okay. Then it's like, let us this, let us that. We want equal rights. It's like, well, you have the same rights as we do. We want equal rights. Then it became, we want special or extra rights. And it's like, and I'm not saying we shouldn't have let them get married. I'm not saying that. I'm saying there was a line that they start going, we want this. That they should have been like, you got all the same shit we got. Knock it off. Knock it the fuck off.
And it just never ceases to amaze me. The more they yell, the more shit they get. They're like 2-year-old being brats, You know how it is. Sometimes a parent will give in to a kid just to get them to shut up, So that's kind of how I feel that they're being like.
But you are
gay. I know I'm gay, and I'm saying it. It's stupid because they're acting like a bunch of brats, and the government is giving to shut them up. That, and I do believe it's more population control. But that's a whole other rabbit hole.
Seeing as how next month I'm going to be traveling for a few short days anyway, not long, but I'm going to be traveling. I want to make sure I have enough videos backed up to cover all the time. So I'm going to be covering a good many more articles here. Might get boring for some of you. I don't know. Some of you might go, hey, fuck, that's interesting. But that's what I'll be doing. So, oh, fuck. I'm going to go ahead and get into another one here. Did the era of fake geek girls help destroy the comics industry?
Yes.
Do you recall the fake geek girls when they started popping up everywhere?
Yeah.
Okay, Wes Doherty. I don't know if that's how you pronounce it. I'm so bad with names, but that's what I'm gonna say. Wes Doherty, host of Thinking Critical, recently examined the decline of so-called fake geek girls in the comic book industry and the damage he believes they cause. Doherty describes the last decade as a period when outsiders, often seeking attention rather than genuine engagement, were allowed to hijack comic book for like 10 or 15 years. He points out that both male and female fans raised alarms early on, but these warnings were ignored. According to Doherty, we probably underestimate the amount of damage that was done that needs to be kind of corrected over the next decade. I'll say it's going to take more than a decade. I'll say this kind of damage lives on and on and on and on. It can be largely corrected, but it's always going to be a touch of it in there now.
It's kind of weird. It feels like we're almost exiting like the era of the fake geek girl within comic books. For some reason,
I will not be playing this entire clip, but I'm going to let it go for a few minutes to give you a gist of what this is all about. I believe he presents it fairly well.
They were allowed to hijack comic books for like 10 or 15 years. And we had warnings, obviously from dudes, but we also had warnings from like other female comic book readers that we probably should have heeded at the time. And I wanted to talk about some of the things that they said, hey, this is going to happen. And we got examples of exactly how it did happen, about how fake geek girls were essentially allowed to hijack comic books. And all the warnings were ignored. The warnings are coming from a couple of articles from years back, really. Dear fake geek girls, please go away, from March of 2012. Forbes.com actually produced this from Tara Tiger Brown, and then Why We Like Superheroes and Why Girls Don't Need More Female Superheroes, an article from June of 2017 on Medium.com by Joanna Henriquez. Now, I don't think Forbes or Medium would have allowed these two particular comic book articles to come out in like the last 5 years as things really heated up and there was a lot of pushback. People weren't liking these niche kind of hobbies being hijacked by people that clearly were not all that interested in them. And I do think we probably underestimate the amount of damage that was done that needs to be kind of corrected over the next decade. But also, I think we probably ignored the fact that while the majority of the fandom certainly is male, there was a large portion of the fandom already here that were female, and they hated this stuff as much, if not more than we did, because they were probably being blamed in the process as being part of the problem, as being fake geek girls, when clearly they weren't, because they were here all along. And they were giving us warning and saying, hey, you need to stop this. And of course, you know, gatekeeping was seen as bad back in the day. But at this point, I think gatekeeping your hobbies is probably pretty smart to make sure that you're letting people be influential that actually like what's going on and like the history and the characters and all that kind of stuff. Not people that are coming in with an agenda, just kind of want to destroy things, which is kind of what happened over here over the last several years.
You're muted.
Yeah. You caught on to what he was saying, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so he highlights that fake geek girls crowded out the real fans by focusing on surface level trends such as characters from Marvel Cinematic Universe while lacking knowledge about the comic book history or creators. I find that a lot now. You're like, hey, I've been a fan of the comics since the 70s or 80s, or you know, maybe in your case might be the 90s. But and then people's like, I've seen the Marvel movie, I've seen the Gauntlet movie, you know. I've seen the Avengers, blah, blah, blah. And you know, they have no prior knowledge, but to them, that's all that matters. Of course, he's talking about more about, they might not even have seen the movie. They're just going to get as much attention as they can off the trend. They're going to come in and going, hey, I'm dressed as this and pay attention. Look at me. I'm a big fan of this. Never even having seen the movie. That's you know, what he's talking about. And these same people infiltrated into writing these comics and so much more for that matter. So these posers don't care about stories. They care about the image. Their superficial interest pressures the industry to prioritize short-lived trends rather than creating meaningful, long-lasting content that fans actually want. As a result, publishers produce trendy but shallow content, which failed to connect with dedicated readers and led to a dilution of the fan base. That is so absolutely what happened, not just in comics, but I'll probably say mainly in comics, and it carried on into Disney/Marvel. Look at all the crap they put on Disney Plus that was just weak. It was weak, right? Cosplay culture at conventions also shifted, according to Dorothy. He knows that the conventions became more about photo opportunities than celebrities celebrating the stories and characters that built the industry. I went to some Comic Cons, and I got there and I'm going, these people don't know comics. There's no comics in the Comic Con. There's no people as Marvel or DC or Image or, you know, some of these less known publishers. There's none of that. It was anime, touch of games, game-based characters and such here, there, but anime and game. And I'm going, why the fuck are they still calling this a Comic-Con?
Yeah. It's not a Comic-Con. It's an anime con. You know, they should change the name, because comics, they haven't had anything to do with comics in a long time.
And I know like Marvel Rivals is a big hit. They basically anime styled all the characters, and then suddenly everybody's like, I like Marvel. I've always liked Marvel. Not really. I mean, they kind of liked them. They didn't really have anything to do with their products until it became more anime-like. I like some anime, but I find that distasteful to take long-established characters with great stories and be like, they're anime styled now, here, throw them at you, and they're like, yay, give me more. that just rubs me the wrong way. I mean, maybe you love it, maybe you do. Good for you. I mean, you like what you like. But as a fan of the comics since the 70s, I find it in poor taste. I find it a cash cow, a cash grab, a cop out, or pick your adjective.
Yeah. I mean, they took really good stories and really great art and babyfied it.
Well, a lot of people, that will make a lot of people mad. You say, it's not babyfied, it's anime style. There's a difference. There's difference. But a lot of anime is babyfied, and some of it isn't. When you're coming from a world where you grew up without anime, but then it became a thing, to you, it's going to look like babyfied. I'll put it like that. From an outside perspective, from someone who grew up without anime, it's going to be like, why did they make this stuff for babies all of a sudden? But if you grew up with it, you're going to feel different about it.
True.
Doherty also criticized the push for token diversity, saying the demands for more female superheroes led to the creation of characters like Ironheart and Miss Marvel. But these titles rarely sold. Rarely? Okay. Yes. The wording may be a little confusing, but what he means is they didn't sell very well at all. They sold, but not that well. Yet they continue. They even rewrote a lot of the story. They retroactively rewrote stories. Like Miss Marvel was the first Avenger and the most powerful Avenger, and it's like, since when? I've been reading this stuff since the original Captain Marvel, and then the 3 or 4, however many variations of Captain Marvel, until they eventually no more Captain Marvel. Now it's Miss Marvel. And not only is it Miss Marvel now, but she's the first Avenger and she's the most powerful Avenger. It's like, why are they just ruining it? Well, feminist,
Yeah.
And tokenism. They are kowtowing to the, well, I know it's an overused word, but the woke crowd. Woke includes feminist, LGBTQIA plus, whatever. The pandering to this race or this movement. It kind of includes all of that. It's a good umbrella term, even though I don't really like using woke. I feel it's overused, but I don't know another word that fits so well. Yes, that's why they started doing it. And when there's money in pandering, and there is, I mean, these aren't just people that's upset now going, we want our rights and we want to take over this industry and that industry. It's not just people. There's big money corporations behind this.
Yeah. I mean, it goes far, far up the food chain.
Doherty's assessment, which matches our coverage on the Whisper Network here, which that's a whole nother thing on its own, is that the influence of fake geek girls has done lasting harm to the comic book industry. As the trend fades, he believes there is a chance for the industry to recover by focusing again on authentic storytelling and the interest of genuine fans. I say no, and here's why. I've had to sit here through, I loved comics because they weren't just kid stuff. They had some serious stories, they had some deep stories. And then I had to watch them do this to it. And I watched them one by one ruin every character. Make every character look like crap. Gender swap them, make them gay, make them black, make them crippled, whatever, right? Whatever, right? Pandering. They have tarnished the name of every character I know. And for anybody who even goes back and looks at that and has knowledge of that, that character's tainted to them forever. They're going to have to reboot with a whole new character set and never touch that way again. That's their only hope.
Well, I think they refuse to listen to the people. And even though they're losing money like everything, they still refuse to listen to the people. So I'm just wondering what it's going to take to get them to actually understand that people don't want this.
Hey, that's the thing. That's the real funny thing about it is all these movie makers, these game company makers, you know, these comic makers, they're not so much losing money because these big money interests are often paying them up front, or they cut a deal to get regular payments as long as they support the movement. They got their money. Then if it doesn't sell after that, it doesn't matter. They got their money.
Okay, yeah.
And therein lies the issue.
Yeah. It's just sad because, you know, people that are a little bit older remember when comics was the thing. I mean, you couldn't wait for the new edition to come out. You know, you had to read the new comic to see what the continuation was.
And you wanted to meet the writer and have a deep discussion about the character. For example, I didn't talk to the writer, but I knew some people. I knew them real well, and they were just comic nuts, right? And they met the writer of Wolverine. I don't think it was the original writer, but it was the current writer. And they asked about Sabretooth, which they told them, well, Sabretooth is like, we haven't wrote this, but this is what we're thinking. Sabretooth is Wolverine's father. And, you know, I gave him this whole story, right? And it was fucking intriguing as everything, right? But then they wrote it entirely different in the end. They wrote it as he was his brother and, bunch of screwy stuff that I can't recall at the moment. But the story they had originally given to the people I knew that talked to the writer was way better. It was probably the editor stepped in and like, no, I don't like this, redo it. That's probably what happened.
Well, in truth, I always liked Sabretooth better than Wolverine.
And my sister, this was decades ago, but she's kind of a hard leftist, but she had asked the artist, popular Marvel artist, right? Like, why do you make the women's tits so voluptuous, and round and big? You know, it's like, well, it looks good and it sells.
Well,
I don't believe it. I don't believe every character should have that perfect ass and rack, you know, but I get the idea. You want the characters, if you want them to be likable, you want them to look healthy and, you know, attractive and healthy. I get that. But yeah, you don't want to make every one of them look like supermodels.
Well, the thing is when you're creating larger than life characters, you want them to be as near perfect as possible. That's the whole part of the whole fantasy characters, you know. I mean, some, you know, you have a variety, but for the heroine, you want her, you know, to be as perfect as possible. And back then,
he gets it. Big round apple ass, big perky breast, and thick thighs.
Well, that's part of it. I mean,
wait. Is your mouth watering or is your dick watering?
The epitome of a female that can have healthy children has the big apple ass and perky boobs and big thighs. That's biology. That's genetic.
You know what it makes me think of? The model from way back in the day, Anna Nicole Smith. She was attractive as every fucking thing, but she was thicker than the other attractive women. And there was that made it something, somehow it made it something extra.
Yeah.
Now, that was before people started having thick fetishes. You know, it was before the time of all the weird ass fetishes that everyone's got now.
Speaking of that, I seen a video of this model, and she was bitching because they were trying to charge her extra for a plane seat, a seat on a plane.
How
But
big
my
was her
God,
ass?
I'm gonna tell you, her damn ass was big enough that it took up 2 fucking seats. I swear to God.
Yeah.
She had a
Back
really
back in the
small-
day, back in the day, I don't know how the people are. I don't get out much now, but back in the day, I was out all the fucking time everywhere. And you would run into these fine women up until you got to there, which, you know, they'd be like, you know, and we'd call them whale tails, right?
Yeah.
Whale tails.
Yeah. But I mean, her rear end took up 2 seats on a plane. And the thing is she was small. Well, she had a nice rack and her waist was really small, but I think she had implants in her butt. That's what I think. Because
I don't believe anyone should get implants.
I have never seen a natural female shaped like that.
How about there's this one, I think this woman, she's on this, you know, ride along cart you see like in a Walmart, right?
Yeah.
And her, I don't want to make fun of disability people, but I'm just gonna tell how it is. Her ass was so big, she tried to go through the sliding doors, right? And the sides of her ass blocked her and prevented her. You know, you could probably fit 3 regular sized people or 4 even through there.
Mm-hmm.
The weird shape of her ass stopped her. So she got up off the cart thing and pushed it back to the side and still couldn't get out. And she had to turn sideways.
Oh my God. I wonder what was wrong with her. She probably had a thyroid problem or something.
Well, you know, it's like they used to say, Dunlap disease. Your belly Dunlapped over.
I remember that. Well, what I don't get is I see a lot of women now, they do get butt implants, and I'm going, my God, how the hell you find pants?
Just wait a few years. It's gonna get that big anyway.
Yeah. Wait till menopause.
Hey, here's
you
the thing.
get thicker anyway.
I see a lot of people looking at thick women going, oh my God, that's so fine. I'm old enough to understand you don't go for the thick women, because in a few years, that thickness is going to become a lot more and a lot droopier. That's why you aim for the thin ones, like, you know, like the begging bitch that I play on here.
Well, gravity is not your friend when you get older. It's not.
Okay, with that said, don't go from that thin, because it's going to be a lot of grinding bones, hip bones, but thin, but not that thin.
That sounds painful.
Yep. Imagine your bones just, yeah.
No. I mean, if a female is kind of chunky, that's different than being fat, you know, like obese. Like a lot of these reality shows have these shows where these 1,000-pound sisters and all that kind of shit. That's not healthy.
Yeah.
If they're big enough to be healthy, you know.
Reminds me of a clip I seen. I think it was a black woman, but somebody's, you know, like she was like, raising hell. They call me a beast. I'm not no beast.
Oh God. I started to send you that clip of that woman in the airport, but I didn't do it. I didn't think it was much.
Wait, yeah. For my next issue, J.K. Rowling reveals what she thinks of first scripts of HBO's Harry Potter TV remake. I'm not big into Harry Potter, but I do understand the controversy behind it, and it's somewhat intriguing. Production on HBO's upcoming Harry Potter remake is expected to kick off later this summer, and it seems J.K. Rowling is happy with how things are progressing thus far. I read the first 2 episodes of the forthcoming HBO Harry Potter series, and they are so good. So are you not doing the writing for the show? No, but I've worked closely with extremely talented writers. The original writers doing no writing for the show, I would find that problematic myself. I think she's like, with her money bags. I like it a lot.
Yeah, that's like Stephen King saying he likes the Dark Tower movie.
It's like everything with Stephen King's name on it. He's like, it's the best thing ever. Yeah, okay, Mr. Moneybags.
Yeah.
The new live-action Harry Potter TV series is expected to debut in 2026. Though a release date has not yet been confirmed, HBO is assuring fans that this adaptation will remain deeply loyal to J.K. Rowling's original book series. Was like many have pointed out, they race swapped one character already, which is problematic because in the book it speaks of people hanging him and being afraid of him, and this was when he was written as white. So if it's gonna be loyal to the book, but they're gonna put a black man in that role, what?
Yeah.
Are they gonna like make it pure racial about? They scared me because I'm black. They hung me because I'm black. Is that gonna be the case? I mean, I'm already saying no because you race swap someone, but that, oh no, that's just cementing the issue. In other recent Harry Potter news, Sirius Black actor Gary Oldman stated he wished he'd been given a shot at the role of Dumbledore in the upcoming remake, while Voldemort actor Ralph Fiennes gave some practical advice to the incoming cast. Actor Tom Felton is reprising the role of Draco Malfoy for the Broadway play. Okay. So, I don't know. I mean, they've race swapped someone already. They actually took the main girl character, and I don't know what she is, but I don't think she's white. I think they just made a gradual race swap of someone that's slightly darker. I believe that's what they did. I cannot confirm that right away, but I believe that's what they did. So they've already made some of these controversial decisions, especially which do not play well for how the original's written, but they say they deeply respect the original and they're going to stay loyal to it. Already they've ousted themselves as liars already. So they plan on this being some of the biggest money productions ever, because they plan on this being hugely successful. Right off, they're ousting themselves as liars with it immediately before it even starts.
Yeah. I was looking up who's going to play Hermione Granger, and yeah, I'm not getting a lot on it. No, I'm not getting a lot on it, or anything really. I'll look more into it later. Oh, there's Warren.
Well, and this motherfucker here is like a bot or something, right? So I give people a slight benefit of the doubt. And, I'm like, okay, I looked his name up on Discord, and it's like, yeah, I seen your stuff, and I'd like to join. I'm like, so what else you like to watch? Motherfucker went away, never answered. Bot. There's somebody trying to steal your shit. This Cross to Crown. Yeah, bye.
Oh, okay.
Good morning. So for us, it is roughly an hour before midnight for us. So, where are you located?
But I would be curious to see this Harry Potter TV show, just to see what it is and that kind of thing. I mean, I like Harry Potter. I'm not like a diehard fan. Like, I wouldn't buy all the merchandise or anything like that because I could give two shits about that. But yeah, I read the books and I enjoyed the books and the movies. But, you know, that's me. You're muted.
I remember when it came out. I like the music, which the man that did the music, can't recall his name. He does a lot of popular movie music. He actually used to do pop music back in the 80s.
Oh, you're talking about Danny Elfman.
Yeah. Right off, I thought the music was like, had a very magical feel. Music was great. The concept I thought was a decent concept. I kind of like the concept, but the actual production of it was good. It was good, but not more than good. It wasn't anything I'd be like, hey, I'm a fan of this. You know, it was like, hey, it was okay. You know, it wasn't bad. So that's my take on Harry Potter. And again, I just gotta go. Why do so many things sound like a adult movie flick? Yeah, like How to Train Your Dragon, Harry Potter and the Secret of the Stinky Palm. I don't know, but whatever, you know, right? Okay. So it says this the UK, and it's 4:50 a.m. there.
Where and why are you up so early?
Or so late.
Or so late, yeah, either one.
The UK sucks for various reasons, but so does here, just for whole different reasons. For one, the weather is insane here. It gets insanely hot, followed directly by a thunderstorm that will knock your power out, followed by freezing, and that's half a day. That is literally half a day.
Yeah.
It will be Christmas time, and it will be hot rain outside. Hot rain for Christmas.
Yeah. People be walking around in shorts. But there's a saying here. It says, you don't like the weather in the South? Wait 5 minutes and it'll change. And that's the way it goes. Oh, insomnia is a bitch, Warren. It is. Insomnia is a bitch.
Being awake is a bitch, you know, because I can't speak for anybody else, but for me, it's almost like having two personas. When I'm asleep, I'm a different person, and I never want to leave sleepland. When I'm awake, I'm like, fuck that sleep shit. I never want to be there again. I want to be here now. It's a weird battle between the two.
Yeah. I think so too. It's like you can live a whole lifetime in a dream, several lifetimes, and then you wake up and it's like, where in the fuck? It's like you get, you know, it disorients you sometimes.
Some days you wake up and it's like, where am I? Who am I? Oh fuck, not here, not back here again.
Yeah.
Anything but this.
Yeah.
I don't know. Some of you might look at me and go, you're just nuts. None of that happens to me. Good for you, I guess. I mean, although it must get kind of mundane, you know, monotonous and all such.
Yeah. But it's also true that sleep changes you. And if you don't get enough sleep, that is actually very detrimental to your health. So There is that.
Yeah, I mean, if we're gonna delve into the topic, let's say some would say sleep is when you make your spiritual connection to everything beyond. Some would say that. Of course, that's outside the realms of scientific studies. But I kind of believe in that. If there's another side, there is a beyond, there's your greatest connection to it. Of course, a lot of dreams are just stress dreams, nonsense dreams. But some of them, I believe, are from the beyond, and your brain has to interpret it in some form or another.
Well, I mean, there's a legend that says, or a saying, or whatever.
But let me just say, it's a lot of people that they die and they come back and they go, there is no heaven or hell. I died and I came back and I see nothing. That's because there is nothing. Here's what I mean. The other side, if you will, is not tangible. It does not have sight, sounds, and smells. If you come back and go, yes, it does, I've seen it. That's what your brain made of the experience. That's not what it is. It is intangible. So if you're like, I died and came back and it was nothing, so I don't believe in nothing, perhaps you're simple-minded.
That is true. But there's a saying that goes like, if a dream is meant to be a message, you will have that dream over and over and over until you remember the message when you're awake. That's a saying. And I believe it too, because I've had dreams and I'd forget them. Then I'd have the same dream for about a week, and there would be a message in the dream that I was supposed to do something or whatever. So that's a saying. I mean, people can take it as they will. But yeah, insomnia is a bitch. And it's hard to deal with. Especially if you have like insomnia for 3 or 4 days in a row, and your brain's all foggy and you're starting to see stuff that's not there and stuff like that. Yeah, it's a bitch.
I'm going to move on to the next article. Stellar Blade director admits narrative was lacking. Says he's cautious about trying to make up for it now. So the game came out. People are loving it. They really are. But the narrative, I suppose the driving storyline behind it was, lacking. So this gets into why, kind of. In the wake of Stellar Blade crossing 3 million sales mark, game director, I don't know how to say his name, Young Tae Kim, has come clean and admitted that, as many players rightfully pointed out, each story was more than a bit lacking. While Stellar Blade launched in April last year on PlayStation 5, its June 11th PC release this year has served as a real shot in the arm. Even with 24 hours of its PC launch, it was declared Sony's biggest launch on Steam. Less than a week later, it was beating out Steam all-time concurrent player count for Ghost of Tsushima, God of War, and Marvel Spider-Man. A game has a Steam all-time concurrent player peak of 192,000 as of the time of this writing. On June 16th, the game's official X account announced their latest sales milestone, over 3 million copies sold. So the game is immensely popular. And, okay, I haven't played this game. I can't say, oh, it's a great game. But I can say they defied the current standards of putting politics in it. They defied that. I believe that's why it was such a great selling game, because I've seen good games that didn't sell well, even though they were good games. I believe they made it such a point to go, we're not all about that. We're about a fun game with an attractive woman. That's it. They went straight for it, and they got it. They hit the nail on the head. A sequel had already been planned before the recent milestone. He added, you can tell the whole story through action alone. You have to take the narrative through cutscenes. Initially, we had a lot of setup and things we wanted to do in cutscenes. We plan to include detailed settings in the story, such as the reason why the protagonist changes clothes. But as we progressed, the cost of making cutscenes became too high. And in the end, we were forced to cut down on cutscenes that supplement the worldview and character narrative outside of the main plot for efficiency. That's how we were able to finish the game, Kim admitted. So they had planned on going, this is why she's changing this outfit. We're going to pad the story here and here and here, and we're going to make it more of a solid story. But the cutscene cost and, if they ever plan on getting the game finished, it came down to that.
Well, I mean, that makes sense.
Yeah. It's true that the narrative was lacking in that regard, and I'm cautious about trying to make up for it now because it might conflict with a story that the users have already accepted. So yeah, anytime you go back and try to retroactively fix something, yes, that usually does cause problems. But I will say I don't think the majority of the users care about the storyline that much, as long as it's not total garbage.
Yeah.
According to the IR Investor Relations material, the project originally developed as a story DLC for Stellar Blade has been turned into a sequel. Since it was said to be targeted for a 2027 release, can we really expect to see the sequel then? Or is the platform still considered Sony console first? In turn, Kim admitted it was a IR team mistake. So this DLC turned into the sequel, I believe he's essentially saying that's not true. So, yeah, that's all I have to read on that page. But this game, I've been seeing everybody playing it everywhere. People are loving this. They're playing this more than the monkey game, the Wukong. And if you notice, both of those games were tremendous hits. You notice what they had in common, other than being Asian-based, is they said, we have a cool-ass character, and we're going to kick ass in a game, play it.
Yeah. This game is for fun. It doesn't have political agendas.
Exactly.
Just play it.
This game has kick-ass graphics. It's got good action. It's fun. Now play it. And it's like, fuck yeah, I'm going to play it.
Yeah.
That's it. The end. It's okay. I enjoy a game with deeper meaning and more than just action. Sure, I do. But we also need these just fun action games, especially without the political bullshit.
But the main character, what I've noticed is the main character in this game, she's beautiful. They didn't make her ugly.
Here's the thing. They modeled her after a real woman, and the real woman looks almost identical. That a lot of their argument was women can't look like that. They blah 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 blah. And then they clap back with, well, here's the model.
Oh.
And it's like, hey, it is a real woman.
Oh, good. I'm glad they didn't change it and do like a lot of the games do, where they make the females ugly as shit.
Let's see if
Hey, there's Moria Kitty. Hi, Kitty. Hi. We're talking about Stellar Blade and the model that they got to make the main character.
I was typing, but welcome, Kitty. How you say that first word?
Moria.
God damn, I'm so bad with names.
Yeah, you are, Noise. You're terrible with names.
Okay, well, welcome, Kitty.
I'm looking at your picture, Kitty. Oh, you're cute. You're cute. I've said it. And it's so. The Pug Queen has spoken.
I'm trying to find images of the model that they modeled the Stellar Blade character after.
Well,
so let me just share what I've found so far. The one on the right there is the model, and the one on the left is the character.
Oh, okay.
So here, the one on the left is the model. The one on the right is the character. So they were saying, real women don't look like that. You did this and you did that. And they're like, no, here you go. Here's the model. Here's the real model. That's a real woman. This was modeled after a real woman. So, and the whole argument was like, you only want to play characters that you want to fuck. That's true for a lot of people. It's not true for me. I mean, that would be weird. But it is true for a lot of people. But to say that they made a perfectly fuckable, character in game when it was modeled after a real woman.
Yeah. Yeah, I see what you mean. She looks almost identical to the character.
Yeah, I mean, very, very similar, almost identical.
They did a real good job.
Now, it is not my kind of game, right? It's not. And there's no shame in that. There's no shame if you love it. It's your kind of game. Great. It is a big hit, and it's because it was made for fun, not for some agenda, not for this or that. No kind of pandering. They said, here's a kick-ass game with an attractive character. Go nuts. And they did. They swarmed the game. It is a massive success.
Maybe in the future we'll see more games like that.
Hey, you're being meowed at.
Hi.
Yes, Elijah here has been referred to before as the Pug Queen.
Yeah.
Because she's got a bunch of pugs.
And Big Shirley. Which Big Shirley's mad at me right now because I won't let her sit in my lap. But the thing is Big Shirley may have little Shirleys, and she's getting huge. She's hard to hold in my lap now, so that's why she's not in my lap.
Yeah, and I'm just gonna refer to you as Kitty because I'm that bad with names. But I have from time to time tuned into your channel. I tried, there's a lot of fucking content creators out there. I try to visit people from time to time, but there's a lot, so it's, it can be rather difficult, but yes, I do make the attempt to give support, check things out.
It would be my wish if they made all the games just games that people can play for fun again, like they enjoyed the sword and sorcery games, or they like games like Stellar Blade or whatever, and they don't have to worry about political agendas in their games. I'm happy to see companies that are starting to put games out that don't have all these things in them.
Okay. My next article, as I like to say, issue, is a continuation of the Stellar Blade. Yes, I have 2 articles. I think they're both at least vaguely interesting. Valkyria Winter hates good-looking women. Shame. And as I've stated before, I'm not flexing, I'm stretching. You tend to need to stretch when you're just sitting for a while.
Yeah.
I think it would take a real fucking douche to be like on a stream going, bullshit, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so on to my next article, which is not dissimilar to the last. So let's call it a continuation. Stellar Blade director says there's no justification for banning adult mods. So there has been this debate over like, should Stellar Blade allow a nudity suit? You know, like looking like she's wearing nothing. The director of the game says that there's no reason you should ban such mods. And I'll get into why. According to the Shift Up CEO, so that's like the president of the company, I believe, there's no justification for moderating a game that isn't intended for minors. So this game was most definitely intended for adults, which if you have played it or seen it, the character's very jiggly and bouncy. Yes, I would say it's for adults. Stellar Blade is rated as unsuitable for minors, so I don't think there's any justification for regulating such mods, and realistically, there's no proper way to regulate them. As you know, there probably aren't any cases where mods are completely controlled by developers. Yes, you can always find outside mods. You can find them somewhere, but people like a centralized, trusted source. And in these centralized, trusted sources, they moderate it heavily, usually with political agendas at that. What I'm worried about is rather having too many people make skins and sell them at high prices. Yeah. I mean, a small concern, but yeah, I can see it. It is the user's freedom. I think it's entirely up to the user to choose how to enjoy the game once they own it. I agree. Unless you want to get too fucking weird, then I don't agree. So I have no intention of sanctioning such matters. However, since you are all mature members of society, yeah, okay. I believe you will act within the bounds of common sense and be careful of antisocial or sensitive matters. No, you won't. I know you freaks. You won't.
No.
You would be making monstrosities and abominations of this. But what you do is on you. I mean, you know, have fun, break a leg, whatever. Not your third leg, middle leg. But okay, whatever. While Stellar Blade director hopes to see gameplay mods, so far modders are mostly focusing on creating risque skins. Surprise! Over on the Nexus forums, which you know they were recently bought out by someone, the top trending mods are all centered around removing Eve's clothing. It's either that or altering her body proportions, as in. Yeah, it's so suggestive I can't even show you an uncensored picture of the forum's homepage.
Oh, God.
Speaking of Eve skins, Kim Hyung Tae, I'm not sure how to say that, also shared comments on modders trying to make new clothing for the protagonist. The Stellar Blade director thinks official skins in the game are much better. The firepower of the modders is still weak, a bit lacking. Up until now, I think the official content is better. That's like shots fired. I mean, it sounds to me like he wants the modders to be like, oh, we're going to step it up in a big way. Sounds like he's prodding them to really get at it, doesn't it? He wants them to just go nuts on it and be like, oh, look what we did is glorious.
Yeah, he's wanting them to go hog wild with it. That's what I think.
But you know, the physics, the jiggle physics, they did good. They did real good. But I would argue that most real women do not jiggle quite in that way.
No.
I mean, in a way, it's creating a hypersexuality. It's kind of like when they say, you know, watching too much adult content online changes your brain to where basically you can't appreciate real women anymore. I believe this could have a similar effect when you have too many jiggle physics doing things that natural women don't do or ways they don't move. I believe, you know, kind of like the whole tentacle thing where they like, we're going to cover it with tentacles. So it's censored. And they're like, oh, we're starting to like the tentacles. I believe it could have that kind of effect.
Yeah. Roadkill has a question for you, Noise.
So, Kitty, Moria. Okay, Kitty. I agree. Noise pollution is a bad way to condition the brain. A lot of people will not agree with me, but that's because they love it so much. So I don't know if you would call that cognitive dissonance or just bias. But yeah, if you think about it from a psychological standpoint, yeah. Okay, so Roadkill, what is your question?
Oh, I'm kind of scared to know what it is. But Roadkill's not as bad as Mikey, so yeah.
Okay. I am poor, but there's a reason for it. I don't owe anyone anything. I pay for everything up front. I make it a point to not to owe anybody anything. So that is imagined.
I was gonna say, where the hell did that come from?
No, motherfucker, you owe me. Nah, not really, but no. You owe me a like and subscribe and all that.
You sit on your throne of lies.
Throne? This is a cheap ass chair. I mean, I sit on it, it feels like it's gonna fall apart. Fucking squeaks and moans constantly. Which, yeah. Okay.
All right then. Well, okay.
Do a chair stream, just walk the fuck away. Then my numbers be drop. It's not like, hey, everybody tuning in, look at a chair. Nah. YouTube is like, nobody's gonna see you. We're gonna make sure of it. We guarantee no one will see you. I mean, they have to have prior knowledge of your channel, and then they still have to do some work to get there and find it.
Yeah. Oh no.
Yeah. Not just any balls will do. They have to have the floods of both genders.
No, just no. Every bit of it. No. No. Every bit of it. No. We denounce the Futas. Futas do not live here.
Like, motherfucker, you didn't have parents, you had a Futa. That's where you come from.
Oh God.
It only took one with both parts. They used to say, there's an insult back in the day in like the 90s, I suppose. They used to say, you got two daddies in a do-it-yourself kit. Wonder if he tries to make Futas in that game.
I bet if he played Stellar Blade, he'd make a Futa mod.
Be like, I don't know how to mod games. I don't know how to create mods. But God damn it, I'm gonna learn for this.
I'm gonna learn just for this. That'd be funny as shit. What game, Roadkill? Stellar Blade?
Yeah, I believe this is what he's talking about. Myself, I'm old-fashioned. I generally play as a male because I am a male, because to me, I'm only speaking for myself. You like what you like. He's talking about Conan Exiles, but I play as males because it's like an avatar, you know. It's kind of like you want to go out and have that adventure, and this is helping your imagination get there. And I know there's the argument like, well, I don't like to stare at a man's ass all day long. It's like, I'm around men every day and I have zero issues with staring at their ass. I don't care if I'm standing in a line all day. I'm not staring at no man's ass. It sounds like you have the issue, not me.
Yeah. Just
For
a
that
little
matter.
bit.
For that matter, it's a video game character. Why would I stare at his ass?
I don't know.
Besides it being male. But I digress. I'm old fashioned in that respect.
Well, I know when I play games, I always play as female.
Yeah,
'Cause
but you
I
like
don't-
females too, so
Yeah, I know that. But my reasoning is the male avatars, they don't move right to me. They just move weird. It's more stiff or something. I don't know.
no, that generally is true. The females move more fluently. And I think a lot of that is the way the dev or programmer envisions it. They think the woman is more fluent and the man will be more rigid. And you if you look at body language of people, you'll see that. But if you're in action, I don't see that you're going to see that much difference between the two, generally speaking. So from Kitty, exactly, these guys are sexualizing Avatar because they can't go 5 seconds on a mission without doing that. Yeah, I actually made a clip for these kind of people. All right, here we go.
I need at least 2 blow jobs every day. One before work and one when I come home. I need to have sex whenever I say. And once again before that, I need to be blown.
That male gorilla's like, bitch, please.
These are probably the same guys who do not wash their ass because they're afraid touching their own butt makes them gay.
Probably. Yeah, probably.
Okay. I play as females because I'm weird and females get pimpy armor. Yes, which is less protective and they die easier. But I don't know. The argument, there's always that classic argument, that which bleeds for days and does not die. Anyway.
Yeah.
Plus, I'm a hard gooner too. I would say you're a bit more than a hard gooner. Roadkill, I always make a totally ridiculous character after I beat the game. I go back and make a female character just to see what the difference is story-wise. Hey, that's something, I mean, providing that it gives you different options depending on all that.
Sometimes games do for the male and
See that?
female character.
See that? All the time we're on here going, I digress. It's catching on. But hey, I digress. When I say I digress is because I could let it go and it'd be a 6-hour bitching session. I'd be bitching so goddamn hard. Everybody's leaving, not watching. I'm not watching this shit. Fucking co-host be like, I'm out. And I just bitching and so I'm like, no, I digress.
But yeah, I don't know.
And then there'll be people like, hey, I caught some of your stream and now you can fuck off because we don't like you anymore. I'd get that too.
But I don't know how long you're going to be away for next month, Noise. I mean, I know it's not going to be like for 2 weeks or anything like that.
I would imagine 2 to 4 days, but when you're that far out on the road, anything can happen.
True.
I mean, I've been on trips to the north before where the vehicle would get broken down and sometimes it'd have to be abandoned. Sometimes it'd be illegally pulled back. And because it was illegal, they'd be going 100. So you're in the say you're in the one being pulled and you're all over the road like this.
Yeah.
You're about to have a heart attack for 2,000 fucking miles.
Yeah, and by the time you get back, you're so damn tired and stressed, you don't want to see nobody or hear nothing. So,
Yeah, not to mention, there's a lot of fucking immigrants toward that way.
yeah.
And now, now that it seems like there could be a possibility of war and it's going to be near the 4th, and it's just things are going to be very unsettled for various reasons.
Yeah.
So, Mass Effect and Dragon Age, I play both male and female for the storylines. Now you just wish you could mix them, right? Like, since they can't be one and the same, I'll play both. Many for the romance to see how each played out. Again, you just want both at the same time, don't you?
Oh, God. That's awful.
So, over on Rumble, my Rumble bot says, hit that $sign for a super chat or that gift for a membership or subscribe to support us maniacs. And thank you. The thank you is conditional to if you actually do it. It should be like, thank you, otherwise fuck off. No, I'm kidding, but yeah. So over on YouTube, I pinned a link to where I can take donations, even though it don't notify me immediately. So if I don't call it out for you, that's just because I won't know till later. But if you do it through Rumble, I will know, and I'll call it out.
Roadkill said something to you. But yeah, on Homefront news, Big Shirley is getting even bigger. And like I said before, I think she may gonna have some little Shirleys. So next month I've got to wait till about the 16th before I can go to the vet to get her x-rayed to see if she's got babies in there. And if she does, we'll be having baby Shirleys around.
Don't say we. I mean, the dog's having the puppies. We are not having babies.
Hell no, we ain't having no babies. When I say we,
I can't even have. It's impossible.
I'm talking about Big Shirley, and I help her. I'm in there with her.
Don't say we, damn it.
Well, she's family, so we.
Are you French now?
No, I'm not French.
Okay, look, check this out. What Roadkill here sent. Watch this.
What the heck are you doing?
That's what I'm talking about.
I can remember people doing shit like that.
Yeah, like in the 80s, rock fights were kind of common. You know what was worse than a rock fight? An apple fight.
Oh, God.
When the apples, they'd get a little rotten, but they'd still be hard in the center. So they would hit you in such a way they wouldn't leave bruises, but they would impact you deeper. I mean, you would rather get hit by rocks. Rocks leave cuts, but these bruises, they hurt you so much more deeply than rocks do.
Yes, I know.
Partly rotten apples hit you. So, yeah, people did that. They would have rock fights and apple fights. In the country, they did anyway.
I remember.
I talk to people about this kind of stuff, and they're like, God damn, that's insane. We didn't do anything like that. Well, apparently Southerners are fucking nuts.
Well, I remember when I was a kid, my mom tore us up because we were throwing firewood over the cars.
Or maybe it was just Gen X, because we're both Gen Xers, and that was a savage, rugged generation.
Yeah, my mom, she tore us up because she caught us throwing firewood over the cars, and we were using the cars as our fort, and we were throwing firewood over the cars, and she tore us up. I mean, she tore us up.
Yeah.
Told us not to be throwing no firewood.
Well, me and my brother, we were shooting bottle rockets from our hands, right, at cars, until one went up a muffler and popped inside of it. And yeah, we got in a lot of shit for that. Dirt and rock fights were real as fuck. Apple fights are way worse.
Yeah. Oh God. And you want to know what's worse than that? Peaches. Peaches are worse than apples.
Yeah, I believe they're harder in a center.
Yeah, they are. So they kind of stick to you too when they hit.
But they're smaller.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, the generation we grew up in were nuts.
Yeah.
I don't tell the worst stories on live. I mean, it gets a lot worse. Crab apples.
Oh no, no. I remember those. No. Mm-mm.
I'm actually not that familiar with different types. I know the Michigan type apples were different from the apples in the South. I know that, but besides that, I don't really know the differences.
Yeah.
Other than they fucking hurt, I know that.
Oh, and everybody has got a story of being shot in the ass with a BB gun or pellet rifle.
Yeah, that's another thing that happened a lot back then. You got hit with pellet guns or BB guns. The pellet guns weren't the little BBs; they were pellets with a little bit of gunpowder in them, and they hit close to the power of a 22.
I know.
I had a pellet gun, pumped it up and shot it, and it cracked the stock, and it was hard wood. It cracked the stock, but you know, I'd shot out all kinds of things, but I shot out a transformer on a pole. I shot out the globe around the street lights. killed a few small animals with them too, but I was just a kid with a fucking semi gun, you know, running around shooting stuff. But anyway,
I remember I shot my brother in the ass because he was making fun of me, and I shot him in the ass with a pellet gun. And then he turned around and he waited till I got way out in the pasture, and he shot me with a pellet gun, and that shit fucking hurt.
There's so many Gen X's that can't go through a metal detector because of that.
Nope. It goes off every damn time.
Brother, I mean, both my brothers are gone now, but my oldest brother, he got shot in the arm. And I remember when it happened. I was a little kid, but he was like 10 years older than me, but he got shot in the arm. So he grabbed his pocket knife and dug it out.
Ooh.
You know, he didn't so much as go, ow. Yeah.
Jesus.
It was in about, yeah, it's big arms, right? But it was in about an inch or around that.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm the runt of my family. All the rest of the motherfuckers are big.
And I can remember playing with lawn darts.
Yep, I remember those and those slip and slides that cut you like a razor.
Yeah.
There's a reason they stopped making those for a while. You'd slide down them and then it'd slice you like a kind of like a leaf or paper cut. Just slice you all the way up and down.
Yep.
And those lawn darts, oh motherfucker, they were dangerous.
We'd get pissed off at each other and throw them like javelins at each other.
Be like, let's see how high it'll go, and everybody's looking up, hoping it don't impel them.
Yeah.
I mean, okay, there were, you know, a bunch of dumbass kids, right? They didn't really have that much of a sense of safety. They knew it could impel them, but they would be standing there and they'd be jumping out of the way at the last second.
Yeah.
I want to cover at least a couple more stories. Let's see. See how many. Yeah, I want to cover a couple more. James Gunn, yes, is another James Gunn Superman story. Honestly, I get sick of them, but they keep coming, so I'm going to keep covering them. I want my Superman to be completely natural, no fake muscle, no CGI on the whole body like the old version. We will bring the best quality Superman you have ever seen. Wait until July, which it's not that long till July, but yes, in some of the older Superman stuff, not that old, not the real old stuff, but you know, the previous one, they did have scenes where it would be pure CGI, and I do generally think it's a bad idea when they make a pure body CGI character. I mean, like, say, for example, Spider-Man. I'd rather see an acrobat flying through the air than a CGI rubbery, you know, whatever. So, but I find his claim about muscles, I find that one odd. James Gunn's revealed his vision for the upcoming Superman film, promises a natural and authentic portrayal of the iconic Man of Steel. I hope he knows it's a fictional character. His declaration that the new Superman will have no fake muscles, no CGI all over his body, has set the stage for a groundbreaking take on the beloved character, one that aims to redefine what it means to be Superman on the big screen. Yeah, I know damn well I was going to put a lot of political nonsense in it, but carrying on. Gunn's approach signals a departure from the heavily stylized and CGI-dependent depictions in recent years. Instead, he aims to present a Superman who feels real, relatable, and grounded. A hero whose strength lies not just in his physical abilities, but in his humanity. But he's not human. And I don't think he could relate to humans that well because he is virtually, you know, invulnerable. The character, that is, of course, he's not real. But by eschewing artificial enhancements and relying on practical effects, he hopes to create a more intimate and immersive experience for audience. I'm all for practical effects. Sure, use CGI, but don't overuse it. I am so sick of the overuse of CGI in movies, and it's only getting worse until to the point they're gonna have all AI movies. But yes, I am all for practical effects. So that much is good, but I just know his track record with what he does to these stories by politicizing them. The decision to avoid fake muscles and excessive CGI is not just a stylistic choice, but also a statement about the essence of Superman. Well, I don't believe that Henry Cavill had fake muscles. I really don't believe that at all. I do know his suit had some padding, but no, he was very muscular, no doubt about that. And him saying, "Oh, ours is not, you know, this real muscle," is nonsense. It's absolute nonsense, especially when this new Superman has a suit so thick and rubbery that you can't tell. I mean, you know, it's like it's been said, he looks like he's wearing Depends.
Yeah.
When he moves, you see that thick rubber fold, and no, it's a bad look. It's like a cheap costume.
It's like something you get out of the Halloween store.
With his recent appointment as co-CEO of DC Studios, Gunn is poised to play a pivotal role in shaping the future of the franchise. He has been set as the co-CEO. Him with his politicizing, him with his self-inserts to the point where he put himself in a animated series that they did as the character. He made himself a character in it. Yes. This is such a bad choice. Now, maybe they could have went worse. Maybe they could have done worse. Sure. But they most definitely could have done better than James Gunn. And here's the rubbery suit. Yeah, I don't know if I covered it or not, but also this is supposedly the weakest version of Superman. Like, we've never seen a Superman this weak before, which I take it he's trying to humanize the character. I don't know how that's going to play out. It could play out well. I don't know, but I'm very iffy on it. I'm iffy on a lot more than that, but that too. The promise of the best quality Superman you have ever seen has raised expectations for the film, which is slated for a release in July. It has not raised my expectations because, like I said, I know his track record, and automatically it puts some serious doubts. Second to that, that cheap looking rubbery suit puts some serious doubts.
It does.
It would be great if this was a good movie or even an okay movie. It would be great. Let's say he doesn't put these politics in it or these little jabs at this side or that side, like he likes to do. Let's say he didn't do all that and it turned out to be, hey, that was an okay movie. Oh, fucking great. But everything that I've seen out of him so far tells me otherwise.
Yeah. I mean, the suit by itself looks very cheap.
But it does speak toward his bias. The fact that he goes, our Superman has real muscle. Are you fucking serious? After Henry Cavill and you're going to talk about real muscle? That motherfucker was stacked. He was stacked, right?
Mm-hmm.
There's no denying it, I mean, he had a Superman build.
Yeah.
So there's just right off, there's incredible bias. James Gunn does self-inserts. He politicizes. He takes jabs at everybody he doesn't like and the stuff that he writes. The costume looks goofy. Him in the role of Clark Kent has poofy Gen Z hair, which makes him look like a goofy poodle. He is a bit tall for the role, but that's a minor complaint. But you see that shot of him as Clark Kent walking in a crowd and he's just towering over them. Yeah, that plays a little funny to me. I just do not have high expectations for this. I hope it's good. I do. I want it to be good, but I don't expect it to be.
I kind of think it's going to be one of them kind of movies where it's just a movie you go see to pass the time or have something to do. It's not something that this movie in particular isn't something that I am looking forward to. Just like, oh, I can't wait to see it and blah, 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 blah. No, it's like, okay, well, if I don't have nothing to do, I'll just go see this movie. It's that kind of thing.
Up, and away.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, for anybody still watching, how is everybody out there? Yep, that's what I thought. Lucky I poor Val. Wait till Thursday.
Yeah, Thursday. Thursday's going to be good, I think. I know last time when last Thursday we did the stream, the numbers was in the barrel. Yeah, I mean,
it was last Thursday our numbers were a third up, as low as a third of what they usually are. And I'm going, what the fuck happened?
Mm-hmm.
I doubt. I mean, yeah, it could have been somebody bad mouthing me, but I doubt even that would have caused that much of a dip.
Well, what I was thinking is now that it's coming out that other people are having that problem too, I think that's what it is. It's the algorithm and stuff. Because, I mean, Smash and Hypno and all of them are having those issues with their numbers dropping.
Well, you know, I think it was Miss Sparkles who sometimes makes an appearance on the show. She's very sporadic. She appear, gone, appear, gone. But she said this semi-controversial thing. She's like, I'm sick and tired of everybody riding Smash's dick, or something like that, right? Something along those lines. I get it. You know, Hypnotic and Smash JT are for this, you know, bigot verse, this sphere of anti-woke. They're the top goals. Sure, there's higher, but they're really not considered the bigot verse. But they're the goals everybody aspires for. I've even ran into a lot of creators who's like, I got to get on the show. I got to get on the show. They're trying to climb the pole, right? Which, good luck. I hope you do. I hope you get there. But I'm not about to do that. You know, either I'm gonna make my own way or I'm not. But I'm not chasing anything. But again, if that's what you're going for, I hope you get there. All the luck in the world to you. But me, I'm different. I'm like, I'm not chasing anything or anybody. So, yeah. Miss Sparkles is a simp. After you know, she was on Reality Base, which she's on there regularly, right? And so is Rhoda, and so am I quite often. And she asked Rhoda to stand up and show her his pants and asked him to turn around. I'm like, you know, I think Roadkill's on to something.
I don't understand. I don't know. That's weird.
And then she has her blow up doll husband in the back. Look, listen, I'm not talking shit about Miss Sparkles here. We're just having a little bit of fun. I think if she were here, she'd laugh too. It's all in good fun. Yeah. Yes. She did that more than once. She asked to see Rhoda's pants on more than one show. And on one show, if I remember correctly, he stood on his chair for her.
No. Just no. That's weird. She's so crazy.
I wanted to tell him, man, don't fucking do that. Don't subject yourself like that. But you know, on those shows, you get like just a millisecond to say anything, right? I was about to say that to him. I'm like, don't degrade. Just don't.
No.
All love, bro. I don't hate on anyone we watch. Well, maybe Dan. Taco burrito, run for the border. Nah. I know. Who is it? Maybe Mikey. I know somebody gives him shit. Roadkill might. I don't know. Call him a Mexican all the time. He's like, I'm no damn Mexican. Puerto Rican. Yeah, but you know, it's all in fun. We talk shit to each other all the time. Okay. I will cover another article now. This one, you know, all of these got a bit of reading, but I'll try to get through it quickly. More or less 10 minutes. Kevin Smith knows he can't drop the ball on Dogma 2 because original is one of the last fucking movies I ever made that's beloved across the boards. It's a little oddly worded. because boards and anyway, I remember when Dogma came out. Actually, I remember when some of his earlier movies came out in the early 90s. Back then it was hip, right? Back then it was like, oh, this is a little edgy and this is cool. And this was before Kevin Smith became such a sellout. But back, you know, when his stuff was just getting hot, right? It was, you know, they were cool back then. Back then. Not so much now. Especially after what he did to Jay and Silent Bob. He made, what was it? He made Silent Bob gay.
Yeah.
Yeah. And then what he did with the He-Man, the new He-Man animated series.
Oh.
Nope. Nothing more. Nothing else by Kevin Smith. Just say no. But I decided to cover this because I do remember the first movie, and it was very beloved back then because, you know, it touched on a lot of Christian beliefs in a unorthodox way. It kind of poked at it. Some might call it sacrilege, but a lot of people, it just made them think. It introduced a lot of people to a lot of these Christian-like concepts, but only with the philosophical aspects with it as well. And it made a lot of people think. I wouldn't be surprised if it didn't draw a lot of people into either Christianity or some type of spirituality, or Buddhism possibly. Yeah, Dogma was cool as shit. I remember back then it was. I suppose it still is, but the person who made it is not anymore. In recognizing the very real artistic risk he's taking by attempting to make a sequel to his 2-decade-old cult classic, director Kevin Smith is fully aware that all eyes are on him when it comes to Dogma 2, especially as he knows the original is one of the last fucking movies that still holds a generally positive reputation. There's a reason why. Because Kevin Smith became such a sellout. Yeah, Kevin Smith gave up. Maybe it was when he lost all that weight. No, I don't know. He had a heart attack and then he had to lose all that weight. This was after he became a stoner. He wasn't a stoner when he made all this original stuff, odd enough. Dogma screening at the 2024 Cannes Film Festival, as held in honor of Smith's finally acquiring the full rights to the film from Miramax. So I guess he couldn't touch it because Miramax held the rights, and maybe he couldn't work something out. I don't know, but he apparently now has the full rights to the intellectual property of it. I feel like when people see it, they'll be like, oh, I get it. Like, that makes sense kind of thing. Hopefully they'll be like, that's clever, and not be like, well, shit, I would have done that. I find that statement a little confusing. Because when I'm watching a movie and they put something in there and it's like, and I say, I would have done that. I go, that's clever. That's brilliant. That's perfect. That's exactly what I would have done. I feel good about it when I went, I would have done that. You know, maybe I'm doing it different than others would. I don't know. I will set a place at the table for everyone who was in the last movie who is still alive. Sadly, Alan Rickman and George Carlin won't be able to join us. George Carlin is an interesting character because he preached in his comedy and separately a lot of great things, but ultimately he became a hard liberal and kind of went into the same idealism that he argued against for decades. So, sellout, interesting character. I really, that's another topic. I've been watching this movie for the last month on the road with the Dogma Resurrection theatrical re-release tour, 2 shows a night, and then doing an hour or two Q&A after the screening. So I've been able to really imbibe Dogma, and what I see now is a movie that was written and directed by a kid who believed everything that's on display. So he's viewing this through the eyes of, I was a kid when I wrote that. That alone could be problematic, because if a kid wrote something that appealed to so many people, it was good. And what are you about to do to it? Now that you're looking at it like a dumb kid wrote that. What are you about to do to disgrace this, the sequel to this movie? The continuation of the story. What are you about to do to disgrace it if that's how you're looking at it now?
Yeah. He's going to change it completely because he doesn't have that imagination anymore because he's an adult. And it shows from his statement that he said a dumb kid wrote the movie.
I don't have all those same beliefs anymore. I don't think he had them then, because the whole movie was kind of questioning those beliefs, if you think about it. I mean, on some level he did, but he was most definitely questioning those core beliefs with this movie. So he didn't fully have them. For that matter, it does mix some Buddhism type energy along with the Christianity theme. So yeah, I believe perhaps he's, biased in the way he's reading it now.
Yeah.
I have some good ideas, but the belief structure doesn't exist. The movie exists in an expression of faith, and that was my idea of like, this is how cool Sunday service could be. It's like church with anal jokes in it. So he's saying he doesn't have faith anymore. It's what it sounded like to me.
Yeah.
And now is the time when one starts thinking about their faith, and one that I don't really have anymore. So that's kind of fueling the underneath of the story. So it sounds to me like he's going to make this about lack of faith now, or changing faiths. So it's definitely a self-insert of sorts. It is not a uniquely written story, but it's kind of like, this is where I'm at in life right now, and this is what I'm going to make it about.
Yeah.
Which that's natural. That's natural for any writer, but considering what the first was, that could be problematic.
Yeah, I think it will be. I don't think it will be near as good as the first one. It could even be really, really bad. I mean, because it's gonna.
It was a fun movie when it came out. It was fun, and it would also make you think. It would send you down that rabbit hole of ideology and the way it's conflicting, and the way other ways it could go other than how people took it at first. So with the lens he's looking at it through now is going to destroy everything the first one was, in my opinion. He may make something great, but I doubt it. After seeing what he did to Jay and Silent Bob, after seeing what he did to the He-Man franchise, and there's probably more, but that's the two I know right off. After seeing everything he's done, I think he's going to ruin this classic, honestly.
Yeah, me too. I mean, he even in the article, it sounds like he's going to trash it on purpose.
Yeah, that's the thing. It does sound like he's aiming to trash it on purpose because he doesn't have that faith. It doesn't technically say he has no faith. It says he doesn't have that faith. Plus, he is now hyper political, whereas then he may have touched on things, but he wasn't hyper political then.
Yeah. I want to kind of see what he's going to do with it, but I have reservations all at the same time. Because
sometimes like I'm curious about this movie or this game, but I'm not about to give them money because, I already know some things they screwed up and it could be so much more. Well, there's the selling the high seas.
Mm-hmm.
You know, so I'm like, okay, here's the thing. You're not losing money, because if I did not have access, I simply would not purchase your stuff. If I didn't have otherwise access, it would just not be acquired in any way. You're not losing money. If anything, obtaining things in that fashion could bring you in more fans who will spend money later down the line.
That's also true.
Okay, so I'm getting caught up with the comments here real quick. The Prophecy with Christopher Walken movies in 1995 was one of the best Angel movies. 2 was fine, but the 3rd was okay-ish. I don't remember the other 2, but I do remember watching the first when it came out. And yeah, there's some roles he didn't really work in. Christopher Walken, you know, I think he worked well in that role.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And the Rumble bot says, hit follow and like the stream. Yeah, whatever platform you're on. If you haven't done that, just get it out of the way. Just click or tap or whatever the fuck ever, right? Because small channel like this, it actually counts for something. Val, shush. We talking funny movies. Val be like, y'all ever seen Independence Day? You know, I had to read it in some kind of fucked up accent, right? Because it just kind of came off that way. What was that? What was that movie where they go, boy, you sure got a pretty mouth?
Deliverance.
Oh, you know, the South will always get flack because of that movie in particular, but other movies, they really like to make all Southerners look like ignorant hillbillies, sister fucking hillbillies, you know. Okay, that is absolutely not true. I mean, even back in the day, that wasn't true. I mean, okay, there's no shortage of ignorant people. Not here, not in New York City, not in California. You know, there's no shortage of ignorant people anywhere. It's just different, you know, same shit, different flavor everywhere you go.
Yeah. True.
As far as the incest thing goes, I've never known that to be true for the South. There are known cases from Appalachians. Is that, am I getting that right? Yeah. That territory, there has been cases from areas like that. There's been cases everywhere, but not like a overabundance of cases in the South. That's more of a Hollywood, you know, thing that's been put in everybody's head.
Stereotype.
Back in the day, they would take your ass out and lynch you for doing something like that. Yeah, I live up north and it's a struggle. These Yanks hate Southerners. Hey, Roadkill, remind me again where you're at. Well, the trip I'll be taking next month will be up north. Okay, I won't be driving. I'll just be going along for the ride. So, you know, I don't exactly get a choice on where to go, but I'll be going up north.
Connecticut. Ooh.
I'll be going up Michigan. I know last time I went, a few months back, we passed through Chicago or edge of it, something like that. go through Kentucky. Of course, we go through, you know, I don't think we went through Tennessee. I think we went the other way.
Oh, you did? Well, wait a minute.
Yeah.
You have to go through Tennessee.
No, I'm about sure there's multiple ways you can go.
Oh, wait.
I don't recall going through Tennessee.
You could go through Arkansas and hit Kentucky and go that way.
That might have been a way. I don't recall Tennessee. Might have went another way, but whatever the case. I am not good with maps. Where is Connecticut in relation to these places? You don't know either, or what?
Oh, I was waiting on roadkill. Connecticut is right around up on the coast, the Eastern Sea coast.
Okay.
Yeah,
So,
New York.
of New York.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, I think looking at a map, unless I'm mistaken, like I said, I suck at these things, but I think New York is kind of to the right of Michigan, more veering off to the right.
Wait. Yeah, you're right. Oh. Roadkill's close to Maine. And that's where Stephen King lives.
Okay, Roadkill, go find Stephen King, catch him in a dark alley, and beat his ass. You know what scared the fuck out of him? Because apparently it's the thing he's scared of is rednecks. So you do your best redneck, Big Bubba, impression, and you know, you catch him in a fucking dark alley and be like, boy, you sure do got a pretty mouth, and whoop fucking ass.
You tell him you're gonna make him squeal like a pig.
I'll make you squeal like a pig, boy. Sweet. So he says these in the eastern part. At Roadkill, hush, little boy. I'm building a base, then outplayed. Then, okay. Yeah.
It's pretty obvious Stephen King is terrified of the South.
Like, yeah, Mr. King, I read your tweeter.
Tweeter. He gets on that there tweeter.
You be all up on that tweeter all the time, running your goddamn pretty mouth.
Oh my God!
If you've read enough of his stories, the motherfucker is scared shitless of rednecks.
Yeah, he is, and there is no reason for it. I mean, it just is.
And I'm in the South, and I've been in the South the majority of my life. I don't look or sound like a Southerner. The South never took to me like it did everybody else, but I've always been a bit of a nonconformist. Believe me when I say I am not like the Southerners are.
That is true.
Last trip to Michigan, right? 3 of us got out. Me and 2 others. They're asking for, you know, a place to stay for the night. And this fucking man at his gas station, you know, in Michigan, he's like, what? You know, like this went on for 3 or 4 minutes. And then he tried to repeat the words and he wasn't understanding. It's like they were speaking a foreign language, right? So I'm like, okay. We come from down south. We come up here. We've been on the road all day. We're looking for a place to live. And you understand every word, right? It was rather, you know, comical.
But yeah, I don't think I would do well up there. That's why I stay at the house. I got no reason to go up north. I just don't. I'll stay at the house. See you when you get back.
I can see now everybody watching's got that Stephen King scene playing in their head now.
Yeah.
I done saw what you post on that tweeter, boy. You gonna squeal tonight. You gonna squeal like a piggy.
Oh God.
You gonna write one about this. It's gonna be a good one. You know, the funny story about Maximum Overdrive was the original. Stephen King actually directed it, and he felt it was such a pitiful failure. He never directed anything ever again. You know, that's the way I heard it.
I forgot what that movie was about.
Well, the movie is like, you know, alien energy or life force start taking over all the vehicles. I think I've not read the book, but I think in the book it was like it was taking over all the stuff. No, I think in the movie too there was like drink machines shooting out stuff, but they made it primarily about the vehicles. Remember it had that diesel truck with the Green Goblin on the front?
Oh yeah. I remember now.
Stephen King has done some great stories, but if you look at his recent work, this motherfucker's like full on gender pronoun and blah 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 blah. Can't get through a goddamn sentence without gender pronoun this that.
True.
It's just kills his craft and art. Just absolutely kills it. Not to mention it, you know, like I said, I've dabbled in writing. You might notice most writers avoid putting, well, a lot of them avoid modern day entirely, and they write it in the 80s or before. But the ones who write modern day avoid putting cell phones as much as they can in their stories because cell phones kills a good story. And you'll know this if you ever try to become a writer. You're writing a story and it's like, oh, I got to account for cell phones, and I got to rewrite the whole thing. And you'll run into that over and over and over again.
Yeah, there's certain things that you avoid.
The fill. I don't know. Are you familiar with what he's talking about there?
Love the film, he said. He corrected it.
Okay, I was going to Phil. What, Phil your eyes crack? What? Yeah, Emilio Estevez, back when he was in movies in the 80s. Well, I think it's time to wrap this up. We've been going over 4 hours. So you know what that means? It means it's time.
Me! Choose me! Love me!
No.
Yeah, so when, you know, a whole bunch of people are live at once, remember that little skinny crack whore, and she's going, choose me, because you know why? Because choose me, right? Choose me. I mean, I'll find a way to make this shit interesting. There may be awkward silences at times, but hey, shit kicks up and it gets extra funny. I've watched these other stuff and I'm like, God damn, this is boring. There are some that's not. There are some that I do find genuinely entertaining, but the mass majority bores you. So, okay, that's everyone, you know, including me at times. And that is one of the reasons people jump. They'll have a bunch of streams up and they'll jump from one to the other, to the other, to the other. But I try to keep it interesting. I do. Hopefully it's enough to keep some viewer retention. At least a little bit.
Yeah, just a little bit.
Okay, so I will say, everybody out there, keep bringing the noise. Because we sure as fuck will. As well, we will be on Monday with a whole panel full of fucking maniacs.
Thursday?
Yeah.
Oh, well, you said Monday, so
I did.
I wasn't sure if you changed it or not.
Okay,
yet.
Thursday. It's Monday now. Or, well, it's after midnight, technically. Technically, it's like Tuesday, but whatever. Thursday, right? Thursday, we will have a whole bunch of boxes with either maniacs or idiots or one and the same, all covering up this whole fucking thing. All like blah, 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 blah. Or they'll be sitting there like, yeah, I got nothing to say. I'm going to make you fucking talk the whole way through. They're going to be sitting there in their little boxes Go on, entertain me.
Oh God.
So I ain't 15 in the front for these Peckerwoods. Okay, look. So yeah, we're gonna have all kinds of fun and interesting, some boring, and some, we're gonna have people, right? Thursday. Join us Thursday. 8 p.m. Central, 9 p.m. Eastern. Any other time, do your own conversions. It will be interesting. It will be fun. Later, everyone.
Bye.
We're out.
Your feelings can't fuck off, you non-binary bitch. Telling everyone we're wrong while you sexualize kids. Keep your pronouns in your pants, this ain't the time or place. Unless you think you can dance, I'll punch that confused face. My pronoun is pimp.